Depression, it has been said, is a reflection of the soul's internal misery, its inconsolable sadness. It is much like a house in disrepair, where rooms are shattered and broken. Rather than examine this sadness by becoming introspective, we run from it. The pressures of life summon us to carry on as if everything was just fine. In the 1980s, SSRIs were introduced to help us do exactly that. But there is mounting evidence that in American society, at least, everything is not all right. We may have in fact become too dependent on pharmaceuticals to handle both the pressures of growing up and the deep sense of remorse and hopelessness that is so pervasive in our culture. Are we witnessing a rising prevalence of individuals that are troubled by a greater remorse of conscience? Claude de la Colombière, a 17th century French Jesuit priest, writes about the need to be in tune with the conscience, which many understand to be one of the main portals to a deep interior life. But de la Colombière does not mince words in regard to the harshness of that conscience that stings when we go astray. He writes, "I would not tell you that this conscience is a cruel torture, a pain that one should be unable to explain, that it is the worm of the mind, the poison of the heart, a ruthless torturer, a gloomy and dreadful night, a tempest, a storm, an internal and malicious fever, a combat that never ends. I content myself to say that it is the voice that never ceases to complain and to terrify us, a voice that stings by its reproaches and frightens by its threats, a troublesome voice, a baleful voice, a voice that forever places before our eyes our sins, the tortures that do for them, that exaggerates incessantly for us the enormity of the former and the harshness of the evil we have done, and to alarm us with the sight of the punishments we have earned." If indeed this is what the conscience does when we falter from the virtuous paths, then is it not surprising that we should rely on medication to quell this tempest that rages from within? The question boils right down to, how badly have our individual and societal morals swayed from virtuous principles? Have we as a culture conducted ourselves in unbecoming and sinful ways? The Institute of Mental Health reported in 2004 that approximately 26% of adult Americans suffered from a variety of mood and anxiety disorders, representing close to 58 million Americans. Between 1984 and the year 2000, the use of antidepressants, specifically SSRIs, increased fourfold, starting with Prozac in 1986, Zoloft in 1991, Paxil 1992, and Zalexa in 1998 for major depression. In 1994, the FDA approved Paxil for obsessive-compulsive disorders. In 1996, Zoloft received approval for panic disorder. And in 2002, Paxil, Zoloft, and Lexapro were also approved for panic disorder. There are numerous reasons why people should feel some level of anxiety, but are medications really the answer?
It's interesting that there has been an increase in prescription of antidepressant medications for individuals who do not have a diagnosis of depression. And we see this, it's called off-label use of medications, using them for purposes for which they do not have FDA approval. And in fact, many use of psychotropic medications in children are off-label in that they have not had the extensive testing done to receive FDA approval for all the purposes that they're used with in children specifically. And that is something that is very concerning about the use of antidepressant medications, is oftentimes in an attempt to help children, we're doing a little bit of an experiment. And sometimes that experiment works wonderfully well. Other times it does not, such as when we realize that the use of selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, the most frequently used class of antidepressants in youth, actually is associated with an increase in suicidal ideation, thinking about suicide in youth.
Well, when we look at the extent of the use of antidepressants in our society, and it is extraordinary. There's some recent data that says 11% of Americans over age 12 now take an antidepressant on a daily basis, which is really extraordinary. Well, when we try to even begin to assess A, why, and B, is this is a good thing, I do think we need to take a step back and look at philosophically, what does it mean to be human? And I think if we go back to grow up and to be alive, it's a difficult business. And there is a reason to be melancholic often. I mean, life is brief. Life has setbacks. We go through tough times, and we die. So any sort of philosophical approach to life sees that there can be plenty of space in your life to be gloomy, unhappy at times, and find things difficult. At the same time, I think if you look at a philosophy of being, we see that difficult moments can be periods of growth, and that maybe nature has given us a signal saying if you're depressed, if you're unhappy, maybe this is a sign you need to make changes in your life, and you need to look at what are you doing in life. So why are you so unhappy? Does it have to do with relationships? Is it the job you're in? Some way that you're living which is not fulfilling. So depression or gloominess or unhappiness could be a very effective thing, sort of honed by evolution and nature to make change and to season us, so to speak, and deepen us. In some ways, I think it's sad if we lose that sense of philosophy as a nature of being, that human beings really aren't crafted by evolution to be happy all the time and to be content all the time. My own personal feeling is if happiness visits now and then and contentness visits now and then, consider yourself lucky.
One theory about depression is that it is evolutionarily adaptive, that periods of depression allow individuals to withdraw from something that's not working, whether it's a relation in modern times, that is a relationship, a job, whatever life circumstances aren't working, and the depression forces them to withdraw and gives them the opportunity to think about it, reflect, and make some important life decisions. We know that individuals who are depressed are actually more realistic in their appraisal of their ability and their life circumstances. So periods of depression actually provide for mental clarity and realistic appraisal. And then that person can make some good decisions based on that and move forward with their life in a really positive way.
When the antidepressants, especially SSRIs, get introduced in 1987 and we get this direct-to-consumer advertising, they basically present us with a new philosophy of being. And that really has two parts. One is that you're supposed to be content all the time. And you're supposed to be happy, and life is supposed to be, I guess, you walk on a beach with a beautiful mate all the time, and that's what life is supposed to be about. And if you're feeling grief, unhappiness, sort of some dissatisfaction, rather than go deep inside you and make changes and figure out what's going on, you take this pill, and now you can be happy. And this is the desired form. So that's one part of the philosophy that was sold to us. The other part of the philosophy is sort of a victimhood. By this I mean is you're not responsible for your state of being, right? It's that you have this chemical imbalance, the drug fixes this chemical imbalance, so you either have the disorder and you do not. And that takes away from us something really precious, and that is self-agency. So if we think of ourselves as self-governing people, that we do make changes in response to our emotions, that sort of makes us responsible for who we are and how we go through life. But now our new philosophy of being is you're not responsible. You either have this chemistry, or you don't have this chemistry, and if you have it, all you can do is take this drug and you'll sort of be content is the idea with it. Anyway, that's been a very successful marketing exercise. It's getting us to see children who are unhappy as in need of antidepressants, where I think one time, not long ago, we'd say, well, of course children are moody. Good God, they're growing up.
And what exactly are we being pitched? That happiness is found in relationships because in the inner depths of our soul we hope that someone loves us, that we are not alone, and that our life has meaning. Prescription drugs, despite our gloomy outlook, will offer us a chance at achieving this happiness.
One of the things that I often say is that medications don't fix psychosocial problems. They don't get you jobs. They don't improve social skills. They don't change psychosocial problems, but they can, to some extent, get people to maybe cope with those things a little bit better, to the point where they then may be amenable or open to psychotherapy.
The problem is that when depression gets too severe, that thinking becomes unrealistic. It goes too far to the negative instead of the overly optimistic attitudes that a, quote, healthy, a non-depressed person experiences. And they go too far and become unrealistic in the negative. And that for some individuals, the withdrawal becomes so severe that they don't have anything to keep them moving forward in life, and they start feeling suicidal. And that is not good. We evolutionarily speaking, and as a professional, suicide's not good. It's not good for the species. It's not good for anybody. That's what we don't want. And the concern is with depression is that it can go that far. It even can cause harm more subtly. There is some research suggesting that depression can cause changes in the brain, damaging neurons, and that can lead to future problems and potentially even more depression. We know that once an individual has had a period of major depression, the major depressive episode, they are more likely to experience depression again in the future. And the more episodes of depression they've had, the more likely they are to experience depression, perhaps because of those neuronal changes from the depression.
There's certainly some individuals who may experience a number of acute stressors. So let's say that one loses one's job. That's a very common stressor that we see in our society, particularly these days. And so one may have a lot of sort of experience of shame, feeling guilty, not being able to provide for their family. And again, if those symptoms persist most days for at least a couple of weeks, that can put somebody into generally a pretty severe depression. And what I mean by severe depression is where somebody may have difficulty even getting out of bed, where they just don't feel like getting out of bed. They just don't see perhaps any point in getting up. There's no maybe meaning or purpose that they have for that particular day. They may feel very hopeless about finding another job, for example. They may have thoughts of hurting or killing themselves. And so that's what we might refer to as a very acute, severe depression, where medications may be helpful.
And so some people argue that treating depression with medication aggressively and early is going to prevent that cell damage that may prevent future bouts of depression. Some people say that use of antidepressants results in a temporary change in brain chemistry, is going to cause the brain to shift, and so that the medication is going to lose effectiveness over time. The good news behind that is that if the individual goes off, that theory holds that they will eventually return to homeostasis and then can go back on the medication and will have a benefit again. But the ups and downs of going on and off the medications, trying different medications, that can be very stressful for the individual.
What is going on that antidepressant dependence is increasing? Many seek the assistance of antidepressants to help manage the internal suffering and turmoil, but nobody appears to be treating the root cause, only the symptoms. As a consequence, medications help struggling patients through the day, but prevent them from going deeper into what is causing the distress. Patients become stable on the medications, but their dependency also increases. So what exactly are these psychotropic drugs doing to the neurocircuitry of the brain? Robert Whitaker, author of Anatomy of an Epidemic, describes how the SSRIs work.
We try to assess the history of understanding of how psychiatric medications affect the brain. You see these different classes of drugs. First, the antipsychotics get studied, and then it's the benzodiazepines, and then the antidepressants as well. And the history goes for each one goes like this. First, they understand how the medications act on the brain. And one of the first was with the antipsychotics, Thorazine and Haldol. They learned that they block dopamine receptors. Then the next thing they see is, how does the brain respond to it? And they begin to understand it produces an opposite response. So with antipsychotics, they block dopamine receptors, which is a brake. The brain responds by putting down the accelerator. That's the second thing you see in history. The next thing you see in history is this worry about the disorders becoming more chronic. including psychosis, schizophrenia, anxiety, depression. Over the long term, you're seeing a shift from less episodic problems to more chronic problems. And so researchers start going, what's going on? Well, the first aha moment related to the shift in outcomes, say with first episode psychosis, came in the late 1970s. So the National Institute of Mental Health had run some first episode studies of first episode psychosis / schizophrenia, in which they compared drug with basically no drug or just sort of selective use of drug. Each time there was more chronicity in the drug-treated group. They're saying, what's going on? And you hear this sort of puzzle raised by William Carpenter at the NIMH. He says, we know that once people are placed on antipsychotics, they are less vulnerable to relapse if they stay on the drugs as opposed to withdrawing them. But we raised what would happen if we never exposed them to drugs in the first place. We raised the possibility that these drugs are making people more biologically vulnerable to psychosis than they would be in the normal course of the illness. So here's this aha moment. Oh my God. These drugs that are effective over the short term, talking about the antipsychotics, may make people more psychotic over the long term. And then two researchers from McGill University, Guy Chenard and Barry Jones, say, we think we know the answer. It's antipsychotics block dopamine receptors, break. In response, the brain increases its dopamine receptors. The brain is now super sensitive to dopamine, and this can lead to psychosis and more severe psychotic symptoms. So they raised this in the 1980s. They even do this. They present on this. They even do a study, and they note and they document that at the end of 10 years, 30% of their schizophrenia patients have what's called tardive psychosis, meaning that the psychosis has deepened. Their symptoms have gotten worse, more severe. This is a horrible, horrible moment for psychiatry. There are stories of them presenting at conferences, this presentation, illuminating this paradox, and psychiatrists in the audience going, are you telling me that the very drugs I use to treat psychosis are making them more psychotic over the long term? And there's this sense of being flabbergasted, outraged, and what in the hell do we do if this is true? And then basically this worry is swept aside, because if psychiatry really confronts it, it's got to confront the whole psychopharmacological revolution. It's not turning out the way they wanted. And this is their product in the 1980s. They say these are brain diseases and we have these drugs like insulin for diabetes. This is their product. So if they say their product makes people more chronic over the long term, where does that leave them? It leaves them at a complete loss. And you see Solomon Snyder from Johns Hopkins saying, this worry arose, let's put it aside. And it just stops being discussed. It's too threatening to the field. It's too threatening to commercial interests. But it shows up in the late 1970s, and it shows now up in every field. So you see it with the antipsychotics. And by the way, there has been one guy from the University of Toronto continuing to investigate this, and he just published a paper saying this is why antipsychotics fail over the long term, because they cause this dopamine supersensitivity. Do you see what the benzodiazepines? Absolutely. Benzos are very effective over the short term. Long term, they increase anxiety, agoraphobia. Antidepressants, over the short term, their efficacy over placebo is pretty modest. It's really only there for the really severe patients. From mild to moderate, it's not there. But over the long term, what do you see? Greater chronicity on the target symptom, more depressive symptoms, etc. In fact, the largest antidepressant trial we've ever had is called the STAR-D trial, 4,041 patients, done by the NIMH, okay? It was meant to prove that the drugs are effective. At the end of 1 year, of the 4,041, there were 108 patients, 3%, who had remitted and stayed well and in the trial throughout the year. That's a 3% documented recovery rate. That's the worst recovery rate I've ever seen in any study of depressed patients. Anyway, this is sometimes in science you look for patterns, right? And what you see with all the psychiatric drugs is this pattern of some short degree of efficacy, number one. Once you're on the drug, a lot of risk of withdrawing, okay, a lot of therapeutic symptoms when you draw, and yet nevertheless, which means people stay on the drugs, and yet nevertheless long-term, much greater chronicity than is the natural course of the disorder. And that's really, I think, the tragedy of this whole paradigm of care.
What is being proposed here is that SSRIs and other psychotropic drugs, rather than healing the psychosis, appear to heighten the risk of schizophrenic relapses. The drugs become a cure that is much worse than the disease itself, in that these medications seem to lock the patients into a life of chronic illness. Robert Whitaker is in fact advancing that in the 1970s McGill University researchers clearly demonstrated that the antipsychotic drugs make patients hypersensitive to psychosis. In fact, the results from Queenard and Jones's research published in 1982 showed that as many as 30% of their treated patients suffered from tardive psychosis. If the treatment drugs were indeed maintaining patients in a drug dependency, this meant that the drugs were not helping patients escape psychosis, but rather made them hypersensitive to psychotic relapses. In that way, the drugs kept patients stable and functional, but ever more requiring the antipsychotic drugs to maintain that stability. The question then became, do antidepressants work in a similar fashion? In other words, effective in short-term management, but really terrible efficacy in long-term management.
It's the early 1980s, and we have these two researchers, investigators from McGill University saying there's this big problem. Antipsychotics cause basically tardive psychosis. They make you more biologically vulnerable to the treatment psychosis. Big hullabaloo in psychiatry, etc. And then we do have someone, Solomon Snyder, saying, who's a famous researcher from Johns Hopkins. He says, yes, this is a worry that arose, but now we've looked for it. Do we see signs of tardive psychosis? We didn't find it. So now this becomes this sense that there's studies out there saying we didn't find it. Unfortunately, they had found it. And there are not studies that saying it was there. There was a couple real tiny things that tried to say that weren't there, but the researchers themselves who came up with this actually identified, they quantified the risk of this sort of tardive psychosis developing. And they also said it's just ever present. In other words, this happens to everybody who goes on the drugs, and this explains why it's so hard to come off. That happens with antipsychotics, okay? By the early 1990s, that's happening with antidepressants. And there's a gentleman named Giovanni Fava. He's an Italian psychiatrist who has an appointment at Tufts. He says now, this is the problem we have with antidepressants. They may be effective over the short term, but over the long term they cause this biological change that actually worsens the long-term course. And he's pointing at the same basic mechanism, this sort of compensatory response to the drug. Now what happens at that time? A very famous researcher investigator named Ross Baldessarini at Harvard Medical School. In some ways he's one of the fathers of psychopharmacology. He says, boy, this is really unpleasant to think about, but this could be happening. But the data shows this is worth investigating. We really need to take this seriously. So you have Giovanni Fava presenting the data. We have Ross Baldessarini saying this is a really big concern. Do you see the field taking it up? Absolutely not. Even though Ross Baldessarini is a father figure, he's one of the most well-known psychopharmacologists over the past 50 years in America. But again, it's too threatening, right? He's making this, Ross Baldessarini writes that note, I think it's around 1995, 1996. The SSRIs are just changing American society. Do you think they're producing billions of dollars of profits? Many of the people who are helping sell them are academic psychiatrists getting money from the pharmaceutical companies. Are they going to now say, wait a minute, are they going to put up the stop sign and say, this could be really bad for our society if this is true? We're increasing the long-term course of depression? They just ignore it. And there's just not enough push anywhere within the field to really explore this, study it, assess it. Now, ironically, it's now 2012, right? Last summer, 2011, another person at the University of Louisville, when Giovanni Fava first raised this issue, and Fava's been revisiting, and he's saying, here's our evidence. Every couple of years he publishes another thing. Back in 1995-96, Reef El Malik at the University of Louisville said, I think these drugs may be depressogenic over the long term. And he's added his voice. Well, he just came out with a paper 2011. He's giving it a new name. He says, these drugs may cause tardive dysphoria, meaning this. And what does he mean by that? He means like a dysphoria that sets in at later onset, tardive, delayed. You don't see it right away. And he says, maybe 40-50% of all people end up on the drugs end up suffering from tardive dysphoria, where they're just sort of numbed out, they're not fully responsive to the world. It's a little bit different than depression. And then he sets forth why, and he sets forth this very same mechanism where the drugs cause the opposite effect physiologically of what is originally intended. So we see it with the antipsychotics, worry arises, it's put aside. Antidepressants, worry arises, it's acknowledged that there's data saying we've got to worry about this, but it's put aside by the mainstream psychiatry. And now here we are in 2011. We have 11% of Americans taking these drugs daily. And out there in the literature is this thing saying, wow, over the long term this leads to tardive dysphoria in perhaps half of all people, where they're sort of emotionally numbed out, disengaged. Isn't that a horrible thing? Do we want this percentage of our population numbed out, emotionally not fully responsive? Well, that's, I think, what's happening.
A data health management firm, IMF Health, estimates that in 2007, pharmaceutical sales of antidepressants in the U.S. topped $11.9 billion, an amount that should cause alarm. Also, consistent with these findings, the CDC 2010 report documents a 400% jump in the use of antidepressants between 1988 and 2008, with 23% of women between the ages of 40 and 59 years most prone to taking an antidepressant. The talk of treatments and remedies for depression remains centered on the prescription of antidepressants. But is this strategy wise given the addictive nature of these types of medications that appear to entrap individuals into a chronic form of depression?
Since the arrival of these new drugs, antipsychotics, antidepressants, anti-anxiety agents, has the burden of mental distress in our society really gone down, or has it gone up? And what you find is, and if you just look at the marker of people under government care due to mental illness, it has gone up steadily since the arrival of these medications. So our baseline in 1955 is roughly 1 in 500 adults is in an asylum. Then we go through this deinstitutionalization, we begin to take care of people who are said to be disabled by mental illness in the community, but they get an SSI or an SSDI payment. These are Social Security disability payments. By 1987, we had 1.25 million adults on disability, so we went from 360,000 to 1.25 million disabled by mental illness. And then from 1987 to 2007, the number of people on SSI or SSDI due to mental illness rose from 1.25 million to 4 million. So as we've really embraced this drug-based paradigm of care, rather than the burden of mental distress easing in our society, it's gone up and up and up. And real quick on children. In 1987, there were 16,200 children in our society who received an SSI payment because they were disabled by mental illness. That's more than 700,000 now. So we went from 16,200 to more than 700,000 today. And if you look at those kids who go on disability as children, about 2/3 when they hit age 18 go on to adult disability, and they now have this career as a mental patient laid out for them, a lifelong career. So all you can say is this: during this time of the so-called psychopharmacological revolution, we've had an extreme explosion, increase in the burden of mental illness on our society as opposed to a decrease, which is generally what you hope to see happen when you get effective treatments for a disorder.
So there certainly are pretty good recovery rates with depression, but they're not great with medications. And if somebody goes off their medication, there's a high likelihood that they're going to relapse.
There is also a sizable and frightening level of illegal drug users. 22 million Americans in total, who take everything from marijuana to cocaine to prescription-type psychiatric and opioid drugs without going through the normal medical prescription channels. The recent legalization of marijuana in many states is a troubling development, as it has clearly been established that continued use leads to significant declines in IQ scores and heightened risk of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, hyperemesis syndrome, impaired coordination and performance, anxiety, suicidal ideations and tendencies, psychotic symptoms, mood disorders, withdrawal syndrome, and neurocognitive impairments. Throw in the 58 million souls afflicted with a serious drinking problem, and we are looking at 80 million substance abusers who are either in an alcoholic haze or a drug-induced brain fog for some, or all of the time. There is just no really good way to know for sure. The reality is that if we count the legitimate psychiatric prescription drug users, along with those taking illegal drugs and abusing alcohol, there is a potential 138 million Americans. This is 39% of the population on mind-altering drugs. This level of drug intake is indicative of a significant malaise or unease that is pushing many towards this kind of chemical-based escapism. What are they running from? Well, nobody in the healthcare field is really asking that question in a meaningful way, for to do so is first costly, and second, very time-consuming to manage the answer. And frankly, many don't want to know. The truth is that time is something the healthcare industry does not have much of, and nor is it equipped to peer deep into the individual's soul. Regardless, this is only the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, whereas the average age of onset depression in the 1960s was 29, recent statistics indicate that more numerous cases of depressive disorders are being documented as early as 14 and a half years. What is going on? Our children are falling prey to depression, anxiety, and other psychological problems that are severe enough to warrant treatment. A February 10, 2014 front-page article in the UK's Daily Mirror read, "Generation Stress, Scandal of Our Depressed Kids." Andrew Gregory investigated the crisis. He described children under 10 years of age, tormented, anxious, and worried about everything from homework, bullies, friends, appearances, sexualization, and consumerism. Lucy Russell, the head campaign chief for the Young Minds, a mental health charity, expressed concern and alarm about these statistics. She admits an increase in under 11s needing mental health services is a sad and very worrying indictment of the society we live in and the pressures children face. Children are facing pressures, but who is protecting them from the onslaught of demands that saturate their schedules, and from the worries and fears that consume them? We do know, intuitively at least, that if depression is ravaging growing numbers of children, we are dealing with something nefarious that's sweeping through our culture and calling us to a radical shift. We are being sold the idea of purposely covering up the inner pain and the anxiety with pills that will somehow allow us to be happy, to fulfill our deepest yearnings and greatest hopes. We have in fact bought into the world's promises and illusions that happiness is found in materialism and relationships.
Some people also have claimed that increasing materialism is a factor. We know that people who are extrinsically motivated, they need things outside themselves to make them happy, such as material goods, are less likely to be happy. And there have been some trends toward materialism in the U.S. culture.
If we look at the breakup of the family and higher divorce rates, it would seem like that probably is playing some kind of a role, again, as another type of stressor that just can pile up along with other stressors and can leave one more vulnerable.
And so youth today are experiencing high levels of stress, and some people also claim that part of the stress is changes in family composition, the current economy, overscheduling of youth. There are lots and lots of stressors that have actually changed.
As we have become maybe technology addicted, as we have become in the family unit non-communicative, it's created isolation, and that isolation has brought about, great depths of depression. Because man is not an island. We need one another to fulfill ourselves. We were made to be communicating. And I'm afraid that our society is more and more driven towards abandoning true communication. And again, it goes back to that lawlessness or the rejection of truth.
So adolescents oftentimes will be on their Facebook, on their phones, when they've got a friend right next to them. And I see that routinely in the adolescents that I know, that they'll be consuming media with a friend right next to them. And so there isn't the sense of not having a physical presence. There are some concerns about the degree of emotional intimacy that occurs as youth are using technology to communicate more. That's something that is still a relatively new phenomenon. We don't understand it entirely. What we know is that youth who use technology to better connect with people they know in their face-to-face life are less likely to be depressed. Youth who use technology to connect in absence of connections in their face-to-face life are more likely to be depressed.
When somebody is caught in this matrix of depression, isolation, caught into this insular culture, the person the person's just dead interiorly, and therefore then the depression is even deepened by the fact that then the individual is incapable of relating to some other individual. There's this large phenomena of homeschooling in America, and homeschoolers are usually criticized for being or lacking socialization. I can affirm to you that among, they're not the only, but among the most social people in my parish are the homeschooling families. And then if you were to look at what's the common denominator that allows them, the adults and the children, to be profoundly social people, where young children, 8, 9, 10 years old, can carry on a healthy, intellectual, normal, mature conversation with another adult, not only with a child, and they're happy and joyful, is because there's either no or little TV in the home. There's either no or very little use of the computer except for necessary things. And there's family dinner every night. And the marriage of the mother and father is solid. And there's an openness to life and an experience of life because they're having children, and the children then obviously assimilate this culture of life to where the whole family then becomes a beehive of life. And there is no depression there at all.
When one or both couples are absent from the context of faith and the spiritual in the home, people know they are missing something. They know that they're missing something. And as you know, one of my favorite theologians, of course, is St. Thomas Aquinas, and he says, happiness only goes so far. What we're really seeking is the deep peace that Christ brings to the human heart. And so wealth doesn't really bring true happiness. It doesn't bring fulfillment. Honor doesn't. Power goes away.
Too much sex, too much drink, drugs. You even try to fill it by having a lot of possessions so that you feel good about yourself because you say, well, I own all of this and I have all this money and I have all these cars and whatever else. But then when you go to bed at night and you put your head on the pillow, the pain is still there.
The world fails to satisfy us. So we are thirsting and hungering. We are in a great famine in the spirit, in the soul, in the mind. And this famine can only be satisfied by going to Jesus, because he satisfies our greatest famine. Nothing in the world will satisfy us. St. Augustine, over and over, our hearts are restless until they rest in thee. And so I think we're trying to find this joy, this interior peace, which can only come from Jesus. So if you haven't discovered Jesus, if you haven't discovered that joy that comes from knowing him and loving him and serving him, you will be left empty. And so you got to try to fill it somehow. And so we try to fill it with wine, women, and song. Try to fill it in all of these unhealthy ways, and they still fail to satisfy us. The food and the drink and all of the sexual impropriety, and we try to find it in our work, and none of these things to satisfy us except for Jesus.
And so if we don't have that normal relationship with God, family, and one another, then you're going to see all of these aberrations. People looking for gratification in sex because man by nature wants to love and be loved. Man then begins to look for gratification through food because there's this natural desire for a good sense of pleasure. We're not Puritans. We are to enjoy life. Creation is good, but it's to be enjoyed with order. And so if we've lost a relationship with the Creator, then how can there be order within creation? And that's basically what's happening.
Order is necessary to orient ourselves towards God. There is in fact a natural order that draws man to ascend towards greater thoughts and loftier ideals, such as virtues or God. We naturally revere and celebrate people who are selflessly courageous for the sake of others. As a society, we willingly gather to celebrate heroes much more than celebrate the wealth, power, and work of others. But it is not just man who thirsts for order, but nature itself is organized and ordered. Dr. Dan Thoma, a geneticist working in the U.S. and author of Vestiges of Eden and Shadows of Eternity, discusses the importance of this order in nature and society.
So there's an instance of order that we can refer to in nature at the cellular level that is very much in consonance with the ancient definition of order, the subjection of the lesser to the higher. So for instance, in the science of genetics, which is my area of expertise, Mendel's laws are probably one of the most rigorously ordered phenomenon that you'll see. So in genetics, Mendel's postulates, the segregation independent assortment about how chromosomes segregate and how chromosomes sort themselves out, very much like coins, identical coins, you can model them exactly in that fashion, and you'll find that they follow various rigorous laws of or various rigorous rules of order in their divvying up when two new cells are made. And we also find even further down than that there are genes called transcription factors that regulate, they're sort of like keys, they're master keys that turn on other genes. And so we see these cascades of organization and order in a cell where the lower is subjected to the higher and serves the higher. We can even move up to the body level. A very good example of this is the immune system. The immune system is the cells that go around and clean out your body of invaders or kill invaders, and these are totally subservient to the good of the body. The immune system, when the immune system goes awry, like we call it a disease, an autoimmune disease, because it's attacking the greater whole. It's not supposed to do that. In a normal circumstance, it's totally subservient to the whole and totally at the level of the whole, totally at the service of the whole. We could also, another example for the body we could use are just the different types of cells. So we have, cells comprise tissues comprise organs comprise the whole organism. When cells go bad, we call them cancer cells, because a cancer cell all of a sudden starts proliferating and growing in the individual. So we see these levels of organization and order at all levels in biology. In human societies, we can see that order is so important to them because from the smallest human society at the tribal level all the way up to the national level in large nations, we find that all of these instances of human groups organize themselves around laws and customs, whereas an animal gets most of its order from or at the molecular and cellular level and the animal level of things like wolves or what have you, organize themselves based on instinct. Humans particularly organize themselves around laws and customs. And so, we find this at every level of human society, that there, from the tribal level all the way up to the national level, that there are laws and customs organizing themselves. Why does this happen? Well, because it's very important that we live in an ordered system. If order wasn't needed, then we wouldn't have this organization at every level of human groupings that we find. At the family level, there are even within the family there are customs and levels of organization as well. The parents at the head, the kids underneath them, and that there are rules that good parents have for their kids, and to keep the household organized. And so when we find a breakdown of any of these sets of organization and order, these laws and these customs, when you break down laws at a societal level, you find chaos in human society resulting. So human beings live according to the rule of law. Sometimes that law may be heavy-handed, sometimes it may be lighter-handed, but nevertheless, there always is a type of legal system, and when these legal systems break down, legitimate legal systems break down, there's chaos and order within human groups. Through Christian revelation in the church fathers and doctors of the church, we find that the angelic realm is organized hierarchically as well, and has a great amount of order to it. And so they're organized at the lowest level by what are called angels, the lowest of the so-called angelic beings, and then beyond that, archangels and principalities, and then powers and virtues and dominions, and then thrones and cherubim and seraphim. And so each of these draws the lower up to itself to the higher, and sort of draws everything. So it's like a giant ladder that draws creation up to that which is greatest and best, which is God. And so I think this sort of completes a beauty of the order and the organization that we see here in the material realm, is sort of a preparation for these higher ideas. And so all the order that you see among plants and animals and particles and particle physics that you hear about, and what you visibly witness again and among the visible beings such as plants and animals, and this order is sort of completed and perfected in the angelic realm, and ultimately drawn up toward God and given to God.
Order in society is essential, according to John Horvat II, author of Return to Order, From a Frenzied Economy to an Organic Christian Society. Our team flew down to Pennsylvania to meet with the American Society for the Defense of Tradition, Family, and Property. In his book, Mr. Horvat picks up Russell Kirk's idea that when there is disorder in the soul of the individual, it reflects itself in a disordered republic. Horvat contends that, morally, we have stooped to such a great depth with the breakdown of our moral codes that we wonder how society will survive. The course is plotted to send us to our ruin. But all the while, the bands play on. Horvat, in fact, maintains that the upbeat tunes that keep the party mentality that everything is great is most definitely part of our demise. We have carefully covered up much of our internal suffering with a frenetic intemperance that preoccupies us, a frantic consumerism that appeases the pain. Mr. Horvat explains the consequences of this exaggerated intemperance embraced by our culture.
Frenetic intemperance does, in fact, cause stress, depression, all sorts of evils, not only psychological but as well as economical. But I think one of the principal points to be made is the fact that I call it frenetic intemperance. We've had intemperance since time began. Intemperance is when the person's passions don't correspond to the light of reason and faith that normally keep those things in balance. We've had this all the time, and we will always have intemperance. But what we have today is what I call frenetic intemperance. That is, it's an intemperance that goes beyond. It's a desire to throw off all restraints and restrictions, especially those of family, faith, and community, especially those of tradition. And this causes, the old intemperance caused depression, but this frenetic intemperance, I think, causes a supercharged amount of intemperance. Just one statistic that comes to mind, in the 40s there was something like 5,000 clinical psychologists in the country. Now there are 76,000. I mean, there's been an exponential growth in the psychological disorders that have taken place that I think correspond to this frenetic intemperance that has taken place in society as a whole.
Mr. Horvat contends that we have reached this kind of societal disorder by embracing materialism as a philosophy. The interest in this philosophy emerged in the 17th century by the scientist Pierre Gassendi and the political philosopher Thomas Hobbes, as well as other French Enlightenment thinkers, including Denis Diderot. This philosophy contended that God did not exist, and that all could be explained and measured through the material world. Mr. Horvat explains.
Materialism is a philosophy that has really had a major impact on this whole society and the depression and stress that's in our society today. And it is something that comes from the 18th century, and obviously over time has progressed or degressed, as we might say. One of the things I think that materialism, it gives this idea that we are really just nothing but matter in constant motion. And as a result, really the only way you can live life is just the self-gratification. The idea of, well, life, if it is only just matter in motion, let's do matter in motion in a pleasurable way, in a way in which I will derive pleasure out of it. And as a result, this puts a lot of stress on the feelings, my feelings, how I feel, the emotions that are involved. The passions, of course, also enter into the dynamic of how one lives one's life, and it takes away the notion of the intellect, the principles, the things that are steady, that are steadfast, the idea of an order, of an ordered society. All these things are put to the sideline, and the others are put in the forefront. The philosophers of materialism, way back from the 18th and the 19th century, they pretty much wanted to destroy the idea of the soul, of the spiritual life, of anything that would speak to something of a purpose-driven life, so to speak. People like Bertrand Russell and Hobbes and others, they were constantly giving the notion that man is just a collection of molecules united by some kind of vital principle, and that goes through life. But beyond that life, there is really nothing. And this is something that is is something that sets the tone of a lot of academic thought, a lot of philosophical thought that's continued onto our days. If the gratifications of one's passions is the only purpose of life, there really is nothing higher, nothing of the intellect, no principles, no higher goal, so to speak. It's just the base passions that are there, and it will, of course, lead to type of depression. And I can't help but see that this does have, of course, it has an effect upon the psychology of a person. The idea of a meaning of life, of a purpose of life, these are very essential things for a person. There's nothing more frustrating than not having being able to obtain one's end in any type of endeavor, much less life itself. So there is this existential type depression that enters into life, especially in today's modern life, where you're in the hustle and bustle. You have the hectic lifestyles and schedules and all types of distractions to keep you away from answering those very important questions that are always there, just gnawing at us. Well, why do I exist? For what purpose do I exist? How can I accomplish that purpose?
If we are taught that feelings rather than the intellect are to dominate the minds and hearts of people, and that we must follow our passion, if we as a culture believe that there is no defined order and that there is no higher purpose understood through reason and the intellect other than to be happy, then the consequence is that the culture inevitably begins to pursue pleasure through self-gratification. It is not long, perhaps 2 to 3 generations, before that culture eventually embraces the secular belief that there is no God, and that there is no benefit gained from sacrificing for others, and from following a virtuous path. Mr. Horvat.
Secular society is something that promises happiness, but in the final analysis, it takes away a whole part of the human soul. I mean, one of the things I quote in the book Return to Order is the Barry Goldwater, who said that we are spiritual creatures with spiritual desires and spiritual needs. And this is one of the things that divides one outlook of society to another outlook of society. St. Thomas, he defines this very well by speaking about something called acedia. Acedia is a wariness of spiritual things, whereby a person loses the appetite for those things which are spiritual, and thereby loses an appetite for what he actually is, the person actually is. And as a result, St. Thomas says it leads to sadness, a certain despondency, a certain inability to deal with the reality of life. And it's the loss of that appetite for spiritual things, which is so essential to our nature and the way we are. So yes, these are things. This acedia is so widespread in our society today. People simply have lost that appetite through their own habits. Over time, accustoming themselves not to think about those things. But it does leave that void, and that void gnaws on the consciousness of people, and as a result, it leads to depression, and stress, and anxiety.
As we observe the culture around us, the consumerism, materialism, the frenetic pursuit of extreme experiences, whether it be in sports, leisure, and in work, it is not difficult to witness that numerous are those who have abandoned the faith in which they were brought up in. Many have lost their children to the cultural allures, the noise, and the bright lights. The acedia that has crept into our society, our culture, and into the mind of the individual has left generations spiritually impoverished. Many have, indeed, lost the desire to cultivate the spiritual life, to explore the deeper meaning of life.
I think one of the ways people avoid or to take care of the problem of not feeling their spiritual needs is through a certain busyness and frenetic pace of life. They just simply want to stay so busy they don't have to think about these matters. There are people who, for example, can't stand to be silent in a place. They'll put on a radio, they'll put on a television, anything just to keep from being alone with themselves, thinking about these very important questions. And so there is this a mania for speed, a mania for action. It's constantly going ahead, and a sort of nausea for contemplation, for silence, for considerations. These are the things that are the places, the activities that allow a person to think about spiritual things and take advantage of spiritual things. And there is, I think, that this mania of activity is a very exhausting and psychologically draining activity. It just simply it drains you. At a certain point, you just say, "Well, I have to stop. I have to just put my life more. I have to think these things out." And as a result, in a lot of the industrial countries, not only the United States, but all the industrial countries, we enjoy an unprecedented prosperity, but at the same time we have a lot of unhappiness. And this is something the sociologists point out, that it almost seems that the more prosperity, the more material wealth you have, the unhappier the country is. And I think it's explainable in the fact that it comes from the fact that we don't address these issues. It just the materialism of our life is not satisfying. It's simply not delivering the results that it should deliver. One of the interesting one of the reasons why this happens is that because our spiritual desires are unlimited. When we desire beauty, for example, we desire beauty for the sake of beauty, and beauty can be is unlimited, because once you see one beautiful thing, you can imagine another one. And we have these spiritual desires, and we apply them to the limited material thing. So that we say, I have this desire for beauty, and I see a car, and I say, well, that's going to satisfy that desire. It doesn't. It frustrates it. And so the materialism of life tends to frustrate, because we're applying unlimited spiritual desires to limited physical things that will not desire that.
But because we are essentially spiritual beings, the soul still remains driven to satiate the hunger for the spiritual. We have experienced some level of spiritual dimensions in our lives through foods, drugs, sex, and New Age movements of enlightenment. But is it enough? Mr. Horvat.
The spiritual will not be suppressed, even though we try to suppress it. So it finds its way into a lot of the bizarre lifestyles and things that are happening throughout our country. For example, I think drugs is one of the reasons for drugs is it's a spiritual high obtained through some kind of material agent that allows a person to feel a type of spiritual benefit that he imagines he should have that will somehow address his spiritual nature. But it also takes its effect in other activities. One thing we saw in the 60s, the 50s was a period of very just enormous prosperity and stability, and everyone thought that with the 50s, the 60s would just be more of a good thing, and everybody would just have more prosperity and more stability. But the problem is that it was a very material stability, and it led then to the 60s, which said we're asphyxiated. The spiritual side of the soul is asphyxiated. And as a result, you saw the explosion of drugs, of bizarre lifestyles, of the occult, of all these very strange religions that tried to address the spiritual matters, but addressed it in a way which was distorted from the order that should exist in the spiritual. So we have this phenomena of men constantly trying to satisfy the spiritual, but from another angle. The occult is a spiritual desire for some kind of link with a spiritual being, in this case the devil. And we've always had that throughout history, but it is taking on proportions that are immense proportions in our days. And I think it's largely a result of the frenetic intemperance which I spoke about, because it is a frenetic, intemperate desire for this spiritual type of connection. It takes our vices, our bad aspects, and wants to take them to their final consequence, and says, well, we need to go. The logic is we need to take this to go to the occult, to satisfy a spiritual desire, but satisfy it in a frenzied and unbalanced way.
Occult practices have become more prevalent around the world, notably in Western culture, where the prevalence of Christianity has been slowly declining through heightened non-Christian immigration, declining Christian birth rates, and an abandonment of Christian beliefs for New Age spiritism. There are increasing numbers who dabble in the occult, such as Wicca, Druids, Voodoo, Brujeria, and Santeria, in addition to the garden variety of New Age religions, such as astrologers, psychic readers, and spirit mediums. Although official U.S. Census statistics on Satanism are not available, it is estimated that there are roughly 4 million Satanists in America, and about 10 million worldwide, claims Zachary Smith, a famous former Satanist who converted to Catholicism. This is a clear reflection of the growing intemperance for a spiritual life that exists in man that Mr. Horvat speaks about. And it is clear that such growth only takes place where Christianity has been subverted. The hunger for the spiritual life is real and strong, but if misdirected, the individual and the culture as a whole can become vulnerable to excess food consumption, drugs, alcohol, and promiscuity, which ruins their spiritual peace. More and more also become entrapped by demonic influences. Father Fortia, a Catholic priest and for many years the only exorcist in all of Spain, has his doctoral degree in demonology from Rome and has been practicing exorcisms for over 20 years. He is a member of a very elite group of priests who are being increasingly called by bishops to train as exorcists, as the number of cases of demonic possession, oppression, and influence are on the rise around the world. Father Fortia.
Many people every year ask me what makes somebody to be more vulnerable to demonical influences or possession. After so many years working in this field, I can say with all security, that is a mystery. Because all exorcists, when they are questioned about this topic, they will always say witchcraft, santeria, voodoo, spiritism, any practice that make you to invoke unknown spirits is a risk to be under demonical influences. That is true. That is true. But it's not the whole truth. The whole truth. Most of the cases, I don't know why they became possessed. Sometimes even children.
There's 5 areas or 5 zones that I've identified as a priest in ministry working in spiritual intervention. 5 areas that I've identified that are danger zones. You know, absolutely for all people, but particularly for us as Christians, and even more particular as being Catholic. But the first area is absolutely violence. Violence towards a person. You know, stripping their personhood, taking away their self-love in a good way. You know, taking that away from them. Spousal abuse. You know, abuse in the home of children, physical, psychological. The second would be, and obviously, gangs. You know, gangs, and the street violence that we're seeing today. Obviously, is the detriment of the broken home. The destruction of the family unit in our society today, the exploitation of the individual, sexual and otherwise, in our culture, all have this effect. The second area would be a person violence towards their own body, which is an effect of the moral breakdown of the fiber of the person. You know, and depression comes with that, obviously. You know, that's kind of doesn't even have to be stated in that context. But so violence towards their body, whether that be, we see this rise in cutting, you know, self-mutilation. I think that even a lot of this body mod, you know, they call it today, or body modification. You know, you're putting ball bearings in your face, and you know, we as Christians believe that the body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, and if so, you know, we should treat our body with respect and take care of our body. And in that context, you know, to be putting spikes in it and making it almost animalistic in some way, I've found that to be very dangerous in a person's life. You know, that acting out against their body. That would include, you know, sexual promiscuity, perversity. That's another area, you know, where we see this enacting out. You know, the other one is direct dabbling or dabbling, period, in the occult. You know, seeking forces to have power over other person's lives or environments. Seeking power, seeking money, you know, and so that can be rather deadly. And we see this rise of an interest in the occult, much as in the latter part of the 1800s, where we see a breakdown of moral fiber. I always tell people on missions, when Christianity wanes, superstition waxes. You know, this is where we see animism and various realities which are not natural to the people. You know, particularly white Caucasians, you know, indulging in occult practices, various New Age practices. And I found that these can actually, if a person to begin with is broken, and there's malicious spirits in that environment, you know, they're going to, as bees to honey, seek that brokenness, because the devil's final battle plan is despair. He wants to bring people to despair. He wants, as the teaching in the Christian tradition, the devil hates God. God made us. The devil hates us. I mean, it's very simple. in that context. So there's that reality, and then also, we see this superabundance of drug addiction today, whether it's prescription medication, but one of the frightening statistics I was just reading not too long ago, 1.3 million new addictions every year to methamphetamine. 1.3 million.
Because most of the people that come to us, they have never done anything related to invocation of spirits or witchcraft. It is true, some people, it seems they are more exposed to that world of the spirits from they were a child, when they were children. In some cases it's very rare, but from they were very, very young, they felt the world of the spirits, and they could sense presence. Some children, they see spirits, and I have examined those cases in a very accurate way, and they are completely mentally normal individuals, no pathology at all. Many times they have a very good job with a lot of responsibility. Nobody knows, even their sons, but when they speak in confidence, they say, yes, I see the world of the spirits. Sometimes I see human souls when I was a child. And sometimes they are surprised when they say, I discover my daughter inherited that gift, we could say. The problem with that gift is that some people, they suffer from spiritual influences, not ordinary influences, extraordinary influences. And it's interesting, but not only demonical forces. Many of the cases they come to us, it has to do more with human souls. It's something very debated among exorcists. Some exorcists, they say completely not, impossible.
I'll never forget, there was a home that I had gotten a call in the southern part of the States, and the family there had been a crime in the home before they bought the home, and it was a very malicious crime. And they had actually placed their infant's bed, and they made this room where this crime had taken place, they placed their infant's bed in that room. They never had the room blessed. This is why the tradition of blessing is to bring God's grace into an environment. This is why we bless homes. This is why Catholics enthrone their homes to the Sacred Heart and the Immaculate Heart of Mary. It's spiritual intervention for that domicile where we're moving into. We want God's presence to be there. And they had moved the child into this bedroom. It was a 2-year-old child, and they had a voice monitor on the child's bed so that in the next room they could hear their child when it would wake and cry in bed or what have you. And they found actually in the middle of the night they were awakened by the roaring of wolves and beasts over the mic. And they went in, there's no noise in the child's room. And they knew that it was some form of spiritual phenomenon. And they at the time they had a teenage son. He was, I think, 15. So I got a call, and I noticed when I went into the home that they had 100-watt light bulbs throughout the home. It was an old Victorian home. With 100-watt light bulbs in all the rooms. But the light in the home was so dim, even with those 100-watt light bulbs. So I began to bless the house using the great rituals that the church offers for these type of situations. They had other concomitant phenomenon. in the home besides this one more electronic reality. They had seen things move on their own around the home. You know, candlesticks pick up from the dining room table and move by themselves. You know, things like this. Observed phenomenon. Observed concomitant phenomenon. So I began to bless the home, and I went from room to room, and I got to that room. Now, I did not know the history of this place, but I walked into this room, and I could feel the presence of evil in that room. All the hair on my body stood on end. And I turned to the Father and I said, "What's the history of this room?" And he said, "Father, this is where the crime took place. This is where the crime took place." So yes, a long answer to a short question. I have observed spiritual phenomena in regards to areas that have some influence from demonic forces, yes.
People that came to me as to other exorcists came with all kind of symptoms. Some people, they came to us because, Father, I had bad luck. Everything is wrong in my life. Other people came to us just with depression. Other people came to us with severe mental problems and a long history of being in a hospital and medication and so on. And some people that you thought, no, it has nothing to do with the demons. Surprisingly, there was a demonical influence and something emerged, or a pain very strong began to appear in a part of their bodies. I remember my first case, when I saw that lady after my prayers in the ground. I asked to her husband, "Have you seen your wife ever on this way?" He said, "No, never." He was living with his wife for years, the whole day, and it was to begin to pray, and a new completely character appeared. Sometimes not a character, sometimes a pain or a nausea, or not to avoid to spit, a saliva that forms in the throat, things like that. Then, the symptoms are very varied. They come to us in a very irrational way. Why did you come to me just for this problem? But sometimes something was inside, somebody was inside. At the very beginning, I prayed only for demonical possession, because it was the only thing I learned from other exorcists and from books. With the time, I discovered the demonical influences. Not everything was demonical possession or not. There was something in the middle, that it was not clearly demonical possession. It was just demonical influence. All the people that came to me saying, I have a mental problem, or I discover they have a mental problem, I say, you have to go to a specialist. You have to go to a therapy of a doctor. But with the years, I say that, but I say too, come here every week, be in our group of prayer, and we will pray for you with a blessing, not with an exorcism, not with an exorcism, just a blessing. And it was very interesting, because all cases improved their situation. As a priest, I discovered the power of Christ work not only for cases related to demons, but even for people with mental problems. I insisted to them, you have to go to a psychiatrist. Sometimes you found somebody that did not go. I insisted, no. The condition is you have to go to a psychiatrist because really you have a mental problem. But it is true that the disobedient ones that came to me, they improved the situation. Why that? Because there is a very interesting relationship between soul and spirit. In Thessalonians, St. Paul speak body, soul, and spirit. Soma, psyche, pneuma. If you improve your situation, the situation of your spirit, if you begin a life of grace, a life of obedience to the commandments, if you put order in your life, that has a clear effect on your mind. If your spirit is full of light, love, harmony, that has an effect on your psyche. I do not say everything can be healed with that, no. In many cases, it was just an improvement of the situation, but the objective improvement of the situation. But schizophrenia, so common, is a clear example. You need a doctor, you need medication. But the more that individual places order into his life, his situation will improve. That is clear. And that is the reason at the end I pray for everybody, for all people with mental problems. And that was very useful because with the years you see the evolution of those individuals and you begin to distinguish better and better the specificity of mental problems and the specificity of demonical problems. And you see that many times it's interconnected. When I was a seminarian, I was upset with a page in the life of the Cure of Ars, the patron of priests. He was an exorcist too. And one day, a lady came to the village possessed by a demon that made her not to stop dancing. And she was in the middle of the square of the little village, dancing and dancing as a possessed person. Those that are in the practice of psychiatry will recognize the famous tarantella that appear on some parts of Europe in the 19th century. Well, the Cure of Ars was in the square. There was a little crowd there looking at that lady. And one person asked to the Cure of Ars, is she possessed? And the Cure of Ars said something that upset me on that moment. I was a seminarian. Part is of devil. Part is of her mind. That upset very much me, because until that moment I thought or is demonical problem or is a mental problem. But no, the Cure of Ars say no, it's part of that side, it's part of the other side. That with the years I remember, and I discovered the relationship between mind and spirits. That relationship, it was far more complex than to say a demon has gone inside and you have to exorcise. Sometimes you have to do a therapy for the psychological part while you are trying to make that person free from those entities.
I've been doing this for some 13 years, 12 years. And very oftentimes I'll get a call from a psychiatrist or a psychologist, and they'll say, they're obviously Christian, and they'll say, Father, is there any way you could meet with this person? I've done everything I can for them. I've given them, medication, but we just can't seem to get beyond this hurdle, whatever that might be. The low self-esteem, the constant barrage of self-hatred, these type of realities. And it's amazing. Every time that I've met with these people and simply prayed with them in faith, and they go back to their psychiatrist or psychologist, I always get a phone call. Father, it worked. We've been able to move on to the next step. Every time. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's every single time. And sometimes I've received a phone call. We're talking about a person with massive depression, has been working with a therapist. There's one young lady in Indiana. She had been working with a therapist for 5 years. At one point, she was diagnosed bipolar depression. She was able to surrender through the power of prayer. And with that prayer, she went back to her psychiatrist. And the psychologist called me 2 days later, and he said there was a full reversal of pathology. She was healed. She was absolutely healed. She's gone on to a very, very successful marriage. She now has four children. And so I do see the great effect of prayer and ministry, but also that context of it. You have to address the realities. And for some people, it's hard to come to that.
How we distinguish mental problems from problems with the spiritual world? We have to distinguish two kinds of individuals. Sometimes demons or other entities, they provoke a mental problem because it's a fixed idea all the time in his mind about sadness or about fear or a problem of anxiety. I say sometimes it's a spiritual entity that provokes that, because when I speak with somebody, just speaking, I thought this person has a mental problem. But when I lay hands on him, I began to pray, it emerged an entity. It emerged that it was somebody inside. It's not normal that just a person with fear or with sadness. I pray for him and he began to have pain in his stomach, or like a ring oppressing his head, or nausea. That is not normal. And you pray more and more and more, and that continues until it finishes. That could be a psychotic person, a problem with schizophrenia, for example. It will do all the many of symptoms that appear on films. He will begin to shout, he will begin to fall into the ground, rolling over, things like that. But no, these cases, they just began to tremble all the time, nothing more, or they began to spit in a place, something that they say it formed in their throat, things like that. Then we have some people that really they have mental problems, but there is also a spiritual entity inside. It will not be easy in many cases to know if the spiritual entity was the cause problem, of the mental problem, or in that weakness, being so feeble in his strength of will, finally even came to him a spiritual entity. My position in those cases is very easy. Let us pray, let us make that person to live in a new spiritual life. And when he is reconstructed in his strength of will, in his healthy life, we will see what remains of mental problem, and we will see if the spirit has gone out completely or not. But to know what was at the beginning sometimes is not very easy, because it's like the paradox of the hen and the egg. Yeah? There is another tale that came to us, and all those individuals that say they have a spiritual entity, and those cases are more similar to those individuals with two personalities. Of course, it exists, that mental pathology, of course. I admit all mental diseases that appear on the DSM are mental problems. The question is that in some cases of those mental problems is at the same time in spirit. On those cases that they have to do more with a double personality, it will be the experience that make the priest or the psychiatrist to judge, yes, this is a completely normal person, or in many other cases, no. If it's a normal person and he has a spiritual problem, well, not a spiritual problem of his spirit, some spiritual entities in that, around that mind, around that psyche. If you expel those spiritual entities, normality will be recovered completely. Then, as you see, in a psychiatric way of understanding the work of an exorcist, we have some cases of a demon deforming the psychology of somebody, and we have other cases that is the normal psychology with entities around that psychology. They produce normally only sadness, and just sadness. And when they are expelled, the person recovers a joy that they say is incredible after so many years under that stone, so heavy, and now I am empty again. I see life in other way. Many people ask me if depression is caused by spirits. I would say always, all the big list of mental diseases, of manuals for psychiatrists, they are completely true. And it's very objective. If you have those symptoms, we can say you are suffering this. The interesting question, if you believe in the world of spirits, is that some spirits may be increasing a weakness you have in your psychology.
The influence of the spirits can accentuate the mental weaknesses in certain individuals, and while it appears that the reasons for actual demonic possession are unknown, except of course for individuals dabbling in the occult, the truth of the matter is that the way we conduct our lives either protects us from the malevolent spirits or makes us more vulnerable. The rising prevalence of depression and anxiety in American society can certainly be attributed to a societal abandonment of the pursuit of virtue. Father Fortia.
The relationship between sin and sadness is very interesting. It is true that every sin, even if you do not believe in God, everything you do that you're completely convinced is wrong, is morally wrong, you're hurting somebody. Every time you do that, even if you do not believe in God, that causes a hardening of the soul. That causes sadness. That causes that you will feel not right with yourself. If it's just one time, it does not matter very much in terms of mental health. But if you repeat and repeat that pattern of sin, of very grave sin in your life, it is clear it will have an impact on your psychology. To show a very clear case, when the Nazis began to kill Jews in World War II, they thought it was going to be very easy. Just give somebody bullets and kill the crowds. They discovered in very, very few months it was not possible, because the killers fall into alcoholism and depression, very severe depression that did not permit them to continue that job for hours every day. Even they hate Jews, they wanted to do that, it was not possible. They fell into mental pathology. In such a way, they could not continue. Every time you do something is right, you help somebody, you feel the joy inside you. That has an impact in your psychology, for good. The more good you do, the better you feel yourself. Then, even most of the Christians in this 21st century could reject the idea of sin and depression. We cannot avoid to face that relationship. The more you commit a worse sin, the more you are shocking your soul with something that destroys the very same pillars of your mental stability. And it doesn't matter if your background was completely liberal, you do not believe in sin, and so on. Then, the first thing a priest or a therapist has to do is to place order in their lives. Without order, it's not possible that health. You will maintain the minimum through pills and no more. But there is an order. If you destroy that order, that destruction begin to have a destruction in your mind. But it is true that some people are harder. They can do an amount of evil larger, bigger than other people. Some people, they will not resist the impact of their sins in a level. But other individuals, they could do very much more evil, and they are harder. They have the hell on their souls, but they are stronger. That is true. Then it's interesting to see that when we have a person here with problems of sadness, let us try to put harmony in his life. Let us try to discover joy in his life. But they are right. It's very different to face the question of joy in life, believing in God or not believing in God. If you believe in God, you believe there is an order. You believe there is a retribution. If you do not believe in God, even the psychiatrists will admit, yes, you are right, this is the jungle. Yes, you are right. If you fall dead with a lot of suffering, nobody will mind about you. It's a whole complete difference of understanding the whole universe, if you believe or not. If you do not believe in God, as many intellectuals in France in the 60s with the existentialism discovered, and they were right. Perhaps the right position is to kill yourself or just to live your life the best you can, but nothing has sense. Because if there is no God, it doesn't matter if you work your whole life for the others, doing good, or you just are a selfish person that even kill thousands of people in the third world just to increase your profits. Without God, the end is the same for the hero and for the villain, for the evil one. Then I see there are limitations to try to reconstruct a person if you believe in God or not. If you do not believe in God, you can only express a certain confidence in some things that may cause joy for your life, but sometimes the other one may say, no, that causes no joy for me. Sorry, but I do not feel joy with that. It is true. The only thing that is absolute is God. Then, even some very anti-church militants in the 19th century, you may find in some novels of the 19th century, they recognize confession has a healthy effect on the population. I was surprised when I discovered that in the novel The Regent of Clarín, a wonderful novel. The Masons and some other people, they say, no, the confessional has a clear, healthy effect on the population. And I am sure many individuals in the Freud school, they would recognize that, not Freud, because Freud insisted so much that repression could cause disease. But other in that school, that they recognize the effect of the subconscious in the person. They recognize at the same time to throw the evil outside of you through the confession, even embarrassing. It has a healthy effect on you. You throw that out of you. It's very embarrassing, yes, but it has a medical effect, because after that you feel a rest. Even if it had been more embarrassing, you have throw out, and you will receive counseling from another one. It will be another objective will that will give you advices. I recognize it's very difficult to maintain an objective moral order that be perfect if you are not a religious person. To maintain virtue just for the virtue, especially when you are very young, is very difficult, very difficult. Even if you are a religious person, with the fear to condemnation, with the fear to sin, with the advice of a priest, with the help of the sacraments, with the help of prayer, with the help of the Bible, it will be difficult. If you do not have such a help and you count only on your own forces, the experience is that you fall very much more. The answer of those persons is there is no such a objective moral order. Let us restrict that moral order not to harm to the others. The problem is that many things harm yourself in food or in drinking or even in gambling or even in discipline in your life. You begin to go to sleep later and later and you have to go to work, and there are many places in your existence that you hurt nobody than yourself. Sexuality has to escape to that. It's the only field that there is no law. Of course, we tend to think, no, even sexuality has a moral order. But what can be done if somebody does not believe in religion or even in God? No, it is possible to make him to understand just in a natural level the bigger fails in his behavior that must become in a better way. Look to the very religious Jewish families. They have unity, they have the joy of children in their houses. They become at the side of the other until the end of their lives. They are together to take dinner at the Friday night. The fruits are very clear. Let us see any, let us say, modern society. The fruits are clear. Divorce, loneliness, depression, and many other things, because even the people that is in prison increases. Even crime is a fruit of more unhealthy individuals walking in the streets. Then, if the fruits speak so clear, we may think perhaps a religious life under God is something healthy. Statistics do not lie. How many cases of serial killers we have in those nature healthy societies in 19th century, and how many we have in our urban jungles. It's increasing, as it's increasing depression. In the village of my mother, never there was a case of depression, only one. She was pregnant before marrying and she fell into depression. It was the only known case of depression in the whole population where my mother was born. The same population in the same place at the end of the 20th century. There was not a house with somebody with depression. My words about relationship between spirit and mental disease may look very Christian to some people that may hear me. But even I am a Christian. What I am speaking about is objective order. If you maintain objective order, a healthy order in society, in a family, that makes to a person to live a healthy life. It doesn't matter if you are Buddhist or Jewish or Christian. The more is unhealthy a society, the more push you to not contain your passions. You begin to do things, actions, that you pay a price for them. It's not a question of only Christianity. It's a question of there is an objective moral order or not. We have broken that, and we have seen the fruits. I spoke many times that order in life is not just sexual sin or purity. No, the moral life of a person is wider. But it is true that many disorders begin through sexual disorder. It's like an easy way to begin to break the barriers of your conscience, saying no, you cannot do that. I see more clearly with the time that to maintain purity is a way to contain many other things. If you maintain that barrier, that wall before the castle, you maintain steady, perfectly well, other walls that already are at the core of the castle.
Considering depression primarily as a spiritual problem, and the body, mind, and soul as the foundational structures of health and well-being, then the loss of purity, a key foundational wall that protects the overall castle, so to speak, weakens the overall structure, rendering it vulnerable to erosion, symbolically representing the loss of the three theological virtues, such as faith, hope, and charity. Once this occurs, individuals, and indeed whole societies, can more easily go astray from God, thereby opening demonic portals that sicken that society. Father Fortia.
If we reflect on the role of a government over a whole nation, they may open doors to demonic dominion over a whole nation. Well, this is a very lovely question to reflect. There are cases that is very clear. For example, the Third Reich, Germany. We have a population, a vast percentage of population before the rise of the Nazi party has gone out, completely out of the commandments of God. It's very interesting to see the moral life in big cities in Germany at the time the Nazi party was beginning. That is a good explanation why that degradation of a whole nation happened in Germany and not, for example, in other countries. The Nazi government would have not been possible in Ireland, for example, or in Portugal. But it could have been possible in France and perhaps in Britain, because in those big cities where they have very large economies, degradation of moral life has gone very far at the beginning of the 20th century. The case of the Third Reich is an ontological example of how an elite, a little number of people, really transform a society for evil. We could say in a poetic way, they open the door to demonical powers. It is true in not such a terrible way. It happened many times in the 20th century in many countries in the world. Dictatorships, very terrible tyrants, oppression through millions of persons through 30, 40 years, torture, imprisonment. Really, it seems in some countries like demons to rule over the whole nation. it seems that evil has triumphed and evil is persecuting virtue. That the criminals are in charge of the nation and the heroes, the virtuous ones, are in jail or they are killed in the street by somebody. It is terrible to think that sometimes evil is not just something personal, but is something social. It's not that evil has dominion over a part of your life or a part of your mental life, but over the whole nation. In those cases, God always places a limit. God does not maintain himself aside, saying, well, it's your freedom. No. There is a moment that he says, enough is enough. And he intervenes. And he says, no, you will not continue in power. In just 2 years, even you have full power over this society, in 2 years, you will be in straight death by a crowd. God always say, I will place a limit to the waves, to the anger of the waves, and you will not trespass. Otherwise, evil will triumph in a unstoppable way. It could have triumphed the Third Reich over whole Europe, and then over whole Russia, and then Africa, and then parts of South America. Yes, it could have been possible. It could have been possible the Soviet Union and their satellites to conquer every generation 3 or 4 more countries until free countries be like islands in an oppressed planet. Yes, perfectly possible. But what we see is it doesn't matter how strong is a regime, like iron regime. It doesn't matter. When God say, do not worry, it will take just 2 months and everything will be stopped. God as a father, the power of demons, when they triumph, they know, even they do not want to know that. There is a hand we cannot stop. There is a hand that rules over us and will make us to return to hell when he say is enough. And that is a great hope. But it is true, a demonical human society, the Third Reich, the Soviet Union, some dictatorships in the world, is perfect for depression, is perfect for mental problems, is perfect to take the joy of life away from millions of people. Is the worst evil of this humankind. The worst evil of humankind is that kind of evil that may oppress millions of individuals, that may take the joy of life for millions of sons of God. No hope, to destroy the hope of the whole nation. And it's interesting that it doesn't matter how free is a country and how proud is the inhabitants of that nations of their freedoms and rights and constitutions. Every country is just one generation far away to destroy their liberties. We are always taking custody for freedom. We can lose everything in just one generation. It doesn't matter all the barriers we have placed to avoid those monsters to rule over us. It's something history has taught us, is if the beast is so strong, he can cross any barrier, any barrier. And really, it's the worst evil. Many people ask me about the demonical sins, and there is no sin, no evil as this terrible evil. The possibility of a whole country to fall into darkness, a whole nation to have invisible chains.
The notion that entire nations can become vulnerable to the darkness of demonic influences is frightening, but nonetheless possible and certainly visible in Western culture today. The mass media complex, in concert with government policies and laws, can influence and manipulate the thoughts, aspirations, and ambitions of individuals, hence collectively generating cultural norms and attitudes that directly affect the way in which people live and think. The societal loss of spiritual depth has caused a shift away from man's search for meaning, his quest for truth, and redirected him towards an unquenchable thirst for material wealth instead. Man's natural interest in spiritual things slowly gets eroded. Mr. Horvat explains.
First of all, staying away from those spiritual subjects is a habit, is a vice. It's something that is acquired over time. A person gives himself over to his own self-gratification. He gradually loses the appetite for those spiritual things and only goes toward those one things. The second factor I think that is very important is our culture of unrestraint. Our culture of unrestraint just throws all the material benefits of society at us and says us, don't worry about it, it's all in the iPhone, it's right there. You don't need to think about those spiritual things. I mean, this is a very, very important aspect of it. And the third thing is that people see this culture of unrestraint, they see that everybody's enjoying it, and they're not enjoying it, and they say, well, it must be my problem, and so I need to go along. I need to pretend that I am enjoying it, and that I really don't need those spiritual things. Spiritual things are only for pious people or poets and things that really don't make money and don't pull my career ahead. So there we suffer from our own fault in this matter, but also this culture of unrestraint that does indeed have a very important role in taking us away from our spiritual desires and needs. Everyone who experiences material pleasure realizes there is a certain pleasure in that. There's no doubt about it. But at the same time, this spiritual pleasure is always much, much greater. And that in our days when we enjoy that prosperity and we enjoy it to a great degree, and rightfully enjoy it, it's not something that we should be ashamed of. The idea of a type of spiritual happiness is always much more agreeable to us. Moral suffering is always harder than a physical suffering. In a physical sense, if you're sick, you suffer the physical pains of being sick, but there is also the suffering of loneliness, of not having visitors, of things that also enter in that make that suffering much greater. So people naturally do seek this well-being. They don't really know how to express it. And I think that's part of the problem. They think that they don't want to go into the spiritual. They don't want to go into the moral issues. They just say, well, I just want some kind of peace. And they're not sure how to obtain that peace.
This deep inner peace can only be achieved by developing the spiritual dimension of the individual. It is through prayer, and particularly through beauty, that man slowly ascends to the inner joy and peace that he truly seeks. Beauty elevates the soul, which seeks to ascend towards the sublime, towards that which is infinitely beautiful, God. This desire is encoded within our nature. We are meant, in fact, to search for God. We can find some of God's essence when we approach beauty, and in that sense, a civilization that embraces beauty in its architecture, art, and literature gives man a small taste of the sublime, just enough of a taste to embolden his search for even greater beauty. Mr. Horvat explains.
The sublime are those things that by their very grandeur and nature cause us to become in awe of something, so that a church can be sublime. It just overwhelms us by the beauty and grandeur of what it is. Or a landscape can be, the Grand Canyon is sublime. Or a person can be sublime. A saint can be sublime. By the very nature of the way he is, of the things he's done, of the way he teaches. All these things are things that take us out of ourselves and elevate us and fill us with admiration and respect and not thinking about ourselves and our own problems and a willingness to serve those types of things. And so, for example, the church did this by building beautiful cathedrals and things that put people in awe. The liturgy is very much has this in mind. It creates a ceremony of beauty in the worship of God so that it elevates the soul and puts the soul in a different perspective so they can see the awesome beauty of these things. And of course this has the effect of exciting the soul, enthusing the soul, and making the soul, the person making the soul happy, because it's very much in the line of what we're supposed to be doing and what we're made for. And so obviously I think this would have an enormous effect in the psychological field. We don't cultivate that love of the sublime anymore. We cultivate the love of the ugly, of this, of that, or the mechanical, or things that really don't inspire in us that would allow us to resolve, would very much help in the line of resolving the anxiety and depression in today's society.
Beauty does uplift the soul. It brings it to a higher plane, a brighter place. A walk in nature, a visit to an old classical church always manages to provide solace, though we may not fully understand why. We do nevertheless experience the silence that settles our soul. It is as though we can now breathe more easily when we are in those places of tranquility and silence. There is some good evidence here that our body, mind, and soul need this tranquility. We can feel it to the very depth of our being when we are fortunate enough to be immersed in this quiet. We long for this because our soul needs this silence, but we also need beauty. Dostoevsky captures well in his novel Demons the importance of beauty in man's ascent into greater understanding and awareness of reality and of his desire to live fully. He wrote, "Man can live without science, he can live without bread, but without beauty, he could no longer live." Beauty is in fact part of the four ultimate values or virtues that were universally extolled by classical philosophers: beauty, goodness, truth, and justice. The human soul loves beauty and desires it, seeking the appeasing fragrances of nature's beauty to quiet the turbulence, a natural first step in a lifetime search for perfect beauty. Sir Francis Younghusband, past president of the Royal Geographic Society, subtly captured in words that which the consciousness of the secular scientific mind could not possibly comprehend. He understood beauty as more than a scientific mapping of cells, plants, and animal behavior. He feels beauty like an artist moved by strokes of color and movements that capture the heart. His eye moved beyond a utilitarian purpose. It probes at a deeper level. This beauty is mysterious as it touches the soul by its sheer complexity and simplicity. He writes, "If he saw evidence of no higher expectation than in the workings of nature, his heart would certainly not cleave to her heart. And there, being estranged in coolness between his heart and hers, he would see no beauty in nature, and his pursuit of natural beauty might here end." Who has not been profoundly touched by a magnificent sunset on a lake in midsummer? Who has not been moved by the fiery explosion of autumn colors on the side of a mountain range? Many who are oppressed by heavy schedules and pressing deadlines will admit that beauty is breathtaking and calming. These virtues of beauty, goodness, truth, and justice, writes Ernest Becker, author of The Structure of Evil, are achieved through the bonds of community, from a common and shared dedication of purpose, and a search for achieving a greater spiritual good. However, the 17th century scientific revolution in concert with the 18th century Enlightenment conspired together to anchor man's belief to naturalism, or the belief that only scientific facts properly and accurately depict the physical world. In the end, conclude the philosophers and scientists of this period, there is no God, and so man is left empty-handed. A vacuum of sorts is created which only man can fill. Hence began the era that empowered man, which we still can witness today. But at what cost? Beauty has been hijacked by science, philosophy, architecture, and art. Science distilled the beauty of the flower down to the cell and the atom. This reductionist approach effectively removes the hand of the Creator from the created world, and it is thus that scientific inquiry ceases to ascend towards a greater understanding. Rather, it descends to a meaningless, existential embracing of facts that entraps man into hopelessness. Both architecture and art were complicit in extinguishing beauty. The fields imploded onto themselves, reflecting more of the stale and nauseating obsessions and psychosis of the authors, instead of serving to move man towards a greater ascendancy that went beyond himself. Kathleen Carr is a classical artist whose training in classical painting began in late 2003 at the Schuler School of Fine Art. She subsequently studied with Robert Liberace at the Art Students League of Virginia, beginning in 2004. As an artist, she wanted to capture the beauty of the old masters of the Renaissance. She is the founder and president of the Catholic Art Guild.
I think there is a need for beauty, but sometimes I don't know that it's recognized. And then sadly, I think so often it's hijacked by a lot of this modernism, particularly for artists. You know, they're young and impressionable, and you get into an art history course and you're affirmed by not only your art history teachers, but your painting teachers and whoever, to make things that are innovative or ugly or shocking or nihilistic or whatever it is, because that's the dictate of the philosophy that underpins things. It's a very confusing place for young artists, and it's difficult on them because it has all been done before, over and over and over again. You know, starting with Marcel Duchamp, who put the urinal up on a pedestal and said, you know, this is art, and he was mocking the artistic world, you know. So this was the first sort of ready-made conceptual art. You know, your eyes are not deceiving you. You know, most people can look at the Pietà and their breath is taken away. This is a beautiful thing and they know it. It's an objective thing that is outside of themselves. It's arguably like an amazing, incredible thing that was made, and it's beautiful. But you're then forced through this philosophy to start to reject this innate ability to say, yes, this is something that is beautiful, you know. And St. Thomas Aquinas talked about beauty. What is beauty? Well, it's claritas, it's integritas, it's debitas. I'm forgetting the Latin, but it has to have a clarity, order, hierarchy, you know, and that is what is, and there's an objectivity to that is outside of ourselves, you know, when something is beautiful. And if we're honest with ourselves, I think we can all recognize it. And the evidence for why that this is so is when you look at the numbers of people that go to modern art shows and modern art museums versus the metropolitan and the more traditional and the more beautiful places. And also, when you look at neighborhoods and cities where the classical architecture is, this is where people want to live. They want to live around places that are built with humanist proportions, with beauty, natural materials, you know, order, and that are made to be beautiful, you know. And ironically, even the modern architects live in these homes. They don't live in the buildings in which they design. They live in the classical buildings, and their houses are filled with classical art. Jeff Koons is an example of this. His house is a very classical building, and in his house he has all kinds of classical art, not balloon dogs. You can take an example like Tracy Emin and her sculpture My Bed, which was basically an unmade bed. Rumpled sheets, you know, the aftermath of a night of dissipation. And there's nothing to it that is beyond the fact that it's just a bed there. And it's certainly not something, I mean, if people want to spend their time doing that, that's just not the way I want to spend my time. I really would rather make something that is lifting the spirit and lifting people, you know, and hopeful. And I think that's what beauty brings to the world, is a sense of hope, and it can draw you out of yourself, and it can point to the eternal. I wouldn't say that I'm like completely against all abstract painting. I'm against really conceptual art, but Kandinsky's said he was influenced by a spirit, and the spirit was leading him to reject the natural world and to make this more abstract thing, and he was really studying under Madame Blavatsky, you know, which is her Theosophic Society, and it's basically a form of Gnosticism. And this is the spirit that was leading him to sort of reject classical beauty and make something that was abstract or, you know, non-representational. And then he took this thinking back to the Bauhaus in Germany, and it became shared amongst several architects. And so it was sort of the underpinning of their philosophy was just this rejection of tradition and conventional beauty and recreating something new. So, you know, from a Catholic perspective, to me it was like this there must be a spirit behind this destruction of beauty, because that's really what it is. And if there's a spirit behind it, then I don't think it's a good one. You know, the Catholic Church, you know, gave us the most beautiful art in the Western world. I mean, people who aren't even religious go in and travel to see Notre Dame or Sainte-Chapelle or any of the various cathedrals and artwork that are all over Western Europe. What is it that inspired that? And it's beauty himself. It's God. It's Christ. Pope Benedict called it a wound. You know, beauty wounds you, and it's like you're forever changed. You see something that is outside of yourself, that is so beyond yourself, more perfected, more ordered, and you aspire to it. You're drawn to it, and it's drawing you out of just who you are in this, you know, pedestrian world with your flaws and faults, and it's aspiring you to something that is more ordered. And you're formed by these things. So beautiful cathedrals, you know, you're in them day after day or week after week. If you're practicing your faith, they help to form you. There's this beauty and order that just immediate when you open the door and you go into a place, and you know, you're brought out of yourself, you're lifted, you know. And so often they're, you know, if you look at a Romanesque, Gothic, you know, Baroque church, they are uplifting. Everything about them is a very, you know, vertical, up, pointing up, and it's inspiring to you. And I think you see this too even in cities, you know, where there's the more classical architecture. It's beautiful to be there and be around it. And it's so lost in so many places because of this utilitarianism, that something is just made just to be used. And so beauty is now thought of as just sort of this extra thing, or maybe something for the rich. You know, well, in church architecture in particular, no, this is, you know, the church really should be beautiful. Not only is it fitting to God and it points to God and His truth, but it's also for the poor. You know, rich people can live in a very beautiful house that's well appointed, but maybe not people that are even homeless. And where can they come in and be fed spiritually, but in a beautiful church? And this is what can be, you know, enriching to everybody, regardless of their socioeconomic means. Well, I think beauty, because it's ordered it brings that within those that take it in. So I think that it's helping to foster and establish order. And I think it's just uplifting to the soul to look at something that's marvelous and beautiful, that it inspires hope, and I think it just makes the world a better place. I was inspired by Baroque polychrome sculpture from Spain. I have a personal devotion to Our Lady of Sorrows. I wanted to highlight her sorrowing. When I did her eyes, I purposefully wanted to make them appear sorrowful, and I also did some research into natural eye colors that would be from, the Jewish women that weren't just necessarily dark brown. I wanted them a little bit more of like a hazel color. I loved the story of Mary Magdalene, who I see this as a sort of a metaphor for what's going on in the art world and also for artists, in that she poured out her spikenard, this precious oil and ointment, to give glory to God, and she was pouring out her sorrow, wiping his feet and covering him with this expensive oil. And it was Judas that said, "This is a waste. Shouldn't we be selling this and giving it to the poor?" And I really see that as a metaphor of people that say, no, church architecture or any sort of expenditure within the church that is, going towards beauty and spending a lot of money and putting gold in the sanctuary and all of these things that are fitting, it's sort of like the Judas figure, this is a waste. No, you're never wasting, because you're giving it to God. The artist, as an artist, I can pour myself out, spending hours and a lot of labor and a lot of care and a lot of love to bring something beautiful into the world that can give glory to God, and it helps raise the hearts and minds of people that are in the church to God. So a devotional image or any craftsperson can sort of see this as a metaphor.
Art brings an order, and in that order a beauty that is outside of ourselves, an order that helps man ascend to sublime beauty. If we look closely, order is everywhere, and it is this order that quells man's restlessness. Order is found in the vastness of the universe, in the stellar and galactic makeup. It is evident that there is a harmonious arrangement, a congruous positioning of matter, a kind of symmetry and beauty. For indeed, the Greek word for order is cosmos, that total reality outside and within ourselves. In its vastness, the cosmos, with its many solar systems, 200 billion stars, just in the Milky Way galaxy alone, gives man a glimpse of eternity. Just as the inscrutable size of the universe can cause one to pause, so its ordered beauty renders him speechless, unable to utter a word. Silenced before this greatness and magnificence, man is humbled. Frightened by the immensity he sees, perplexed by its unfathomable beauty. James Shaw, a Georgetown University professor, in his book, The Order of Things, adheres to the idea that philosophers through the ages have always been not only amazed by the incredible order of things in the universe, but mostly by the unquestionable beauty of these things that are ordered. Thomas Aquinas argues that the universe's order points to a greater order outside of itself, since it cannot be the cause of its own internal order. And so it is with nature, which is also incredibly organized, filled with beauty and harmony. Whether a pollinating flower, or the inner designs of a kiwi fruit, or a mushroom growing in the forest, all is beauty. There is no chaos here. And so, is there any wonder that man is drawn to nature, for it is when he is immersed in it that man appeases the anxiety and restlessness within his soul, at least for a time. For brief moments he glimpses reflections and manifestations that transcend him, that situates him within an orderly design within creation. It is an order that gives meaning to his life, that reveals something of his purpose. Mankind looks for order, that he may find peace, a settling of the soul within this beauty that is ordered. Is this because man needs such an orderly reference point to attain balance, an equilibrium in his search for truth? And so it appears that it is within order that humans thrive. Indeed, we desire it and seek it. One such place where order abounds are military schools. There is no chaos here. Interestingly, young boys flourish in these academies. They are given an opportunity to claim their dreams because their restlessness is contained. Because here, there is order within a disciplined regime. The Missouri Military Academy is one such place, where young boys have been coming for a little over 100 years. Founded in 1889 by Colonel A. Fleet, this military academy for boys opened its doors in 1890. In 1985, the U.S. Department of Education announced its selection of Missouri Military Academy as an exemplary private school, one of just 65 private schools selected out of 27,000 across the U.S.
Yeah, military academies are known for their structure, their discipline, their order, and that's the one thing that kids will not say that they want, but really deep down inside is they want to know what the boundaries are, what the rules are. They want to know what the order of things that they're supposed to be doing, and when they also want to know if they do something wrong, where the boundaries are and what the consequences are going to be. And when you have clear boundaries and order to the structure of the school, that then they know what they can do, what they can't do, and then that also does a lot of prevention in terms of them not misbehaving, because if they know they do A, then the consequence will be B. I think the fact that we're a boarding school and we're a military boarding school allows a lot more consequences for both positive and negative behavior, because they don't have access to their cell phones all the time. They don't have access to video games, and that helps keep them focused and on task.
I think that there is some important concepts going on, in particular in our mission statement. One of them is character development, another is leadership training, third is academic excellence, but it's all tempered and connected to structure. You know, we end this mission statement with structured environment. So we argue that leadership training and academic excellence and character development, the education of the whole young man, really takes place in a structured environment, that they are not mutually exclusive, that they work together. Our JROTC program, where students are required to take military courses, helps instill in them the idea of structure, self-discipline, self-respect, and the idea, and I think it does happen, not all the time, but it does happen for many of them, what they learn there flows over into their other core classes. Plus, we make sure that our teachers understand that structure goes hand in hand with academics, so teachers are also held to a high standard. They are to be good role models. They are to be structured in themselves, in their teaching. We require each teacher to present a weekly lesson plan that needs to be shown to students. We require teachers to have their grades in at a certain time. We require teachers to abide by certain rules of decorum, if you will. So we do all this. Some other positive results out of the structure is our monthly GPAs, which I'm pretty proud of. About 5 years ago, I started tracking cadets who are earning 3.5 and above GPAs every month, and cadets who are earning below 2.0 GPAs every month. And what we have found is that 35, the 3.5 and above hovers around 35-36% of our high school boys. And I dare say, I don't think you can find that in a lot of schools out there. And the percentage of cadets under 2.0 is getting, smaller and smaller and smaller. On average, about 5 to 6%, and that's really just so small compared to what you see out there. And I think a lot of that is attributable to the environment that we have here. I think the structure does help the boys see what they need to do. And then also the leadership aspect. If I do well in school, then I'm back on the soccer team, or I am now possibly a company commander, or I can get rank on my arm, things of that nature.
How often do we see today educational institutions promoting among their students and teachers virtues like duty, perseverance, honor, and character? Has our public educational system abandoned the pursuit of instilling such virtues in the young? Have parents adhered to a philosophy intended to build the self-esteem of their children, rather encouraging them to achieve greatness? To do so would mean allowing them to fail, to encounter adversity, and then to pick themselves up to continue the struggle. This is how they attain greatness, and yet desire self-effacement at the same time. We have taught them to seek the limelight, to nourish the narcissism that is so heavily embedded into the cultural rhythms of our society. We may have taught them to love themselves and to ponder how the world can meet their needs, but in doing so, they have not learned to love others, to work for the greatness of others, to be selfless. Here may lie the crux of the depression epidemic.
That there are more and more young people that don't have the desire to do excellent things. And I think it's because we are holding, in large measure, in a certain segment of society, characters that don't want to do that either. So for instance, the first movie that came out years ago, Dumb and Dumber, right? We saw that these characters were the ones that were funny and the ones that we tended to look at and say, hey, that's kind of neat. Or then, I think it was called the TV show Jackass. I believe that was what it was called, where these characters were doing some of the most inane, antisocial, behavioral things. But some of our boys really thought that was the funniest thing. This was part of our school trying to counter the world and what we saw in the world. And I think part of it is because when you have a society that it becomes more and more nihilistic or relativistic, then the young do not grow up thinking that there really is any excellence. If all things are equal, or if all things are meaningless, then my direction in life, by definition, either is equal to anyone else's definition in life or is meaningless. So now my activity becomes meaningless, and to your point about the lack of hope and possibly depression, I, as a young person, don't value anything anymore because it seems as if there is nothing to value. Society as a whole does not see anything to value. This, in a way, this is kind of the challenge of democracy, right? Or the challenge of democratic education. We savor and indeed we value our personal space, our personal freedom, and our personal individuality. But at the same time, we should have a desire to go. We should all have a desire to achieve greatness or to achieve excellence. So educators have the challenge of speaking the John Dewey lingo, which they like to do, of democracy and equality and individuality, but at the same time becoming fearful fearful of these kids who are obese, who are not appreciating virtues or values, who seem to not have any goals of excellence and nor self-respect. So, and again, back to military schools, there are clear mission statements. We do not apologize for certain virtues that we uphold to be very important. We do push the envelope and we tell students you must do these things, even though it may be painful. So we are constantly trying to fight against those things that I had mentioned before. I think it could be strongly argued, and I would support this argument, that in the educational system today we are lowering standards and promoting students to the next grade level for so-called national for national standards, for the so-called idea of self-esteem, and we are not preparing our youth to meet the challenges in college.
One of the real challenges historically came out of self-esteem movement is and this is even before self-esteem, this is sort of the self-actualization movement, was everybody needs to choose their own thing. And you don't want to stop people from doing what they love. And there's something to be said for finding your own path in life. But when they started focusing on self-esteem, what they really stopped focusing on was self-control. And one way to give people self-control is discipline. It's ordering your day. It's getting up at a certain time. It's putting on certain clothes. You know, you're in a military school. It's making your bed so a coin drops off it. I mean, stuff that's horrifying. You know, my children would just go nuts if they had to do that, like my dad did. But we got rid of a lot of that self-control, and we suffered for it, I think. And actually now, what you're seeing, thanks to the work of people like Roy Baumeister, who's my advisor when I did a postdoc with, is that we're trying to move self-control back into education. And you can see it starting. You can see him talking about self-control a little bit. You can see the word grit is becoming a new buzzword in education. People are happy with order. I mean, not everybody, but often just being able to regulate your day, regulate your mood, get stuff done, you feel good, especially when you're young. And we took that away for a long time. And it was in the interest of something good. It wasn't like, we're going to mess kids up, let's give them chaos. It was, well, let's let them find their own beings. And I'm like, you know, if you're 35 and you've had the order and then you go find yourself, great. But finding yourself at 15 or 14 is a recipe for disaster. One thing we've looked at in research and what you see over and over is that self-esteem, it's not bad. I mean, you have self-esteem, you feel good. It does seem to be a bit of a buffer for depression. At least it predicts it. You know, it's part of depression, really. I mean, part of the definition is having low self-esteem. So I don't want my children to have low self-esteem. I don't want to have low self-esteem. I don't particularly care about having high self-esteem, but the low seems to be a risk. It's okay. When you look at the literature on self-control, the ability to control your actions, control your impulses, make yourself do things you don't want to do, that is remarkably beneficial for all sorts of things in life. Not only do you stay out of jail, the obvious things, you do better at work because you can actually perform, you do better in school, makes sense, but you also have better relationships because when you come home and your spouse is like, where have you been? You say, instead of saying, why are you nagging me all the time and yelling, you say, I'm sorry. You know, you use your self-control to be a better husband, and your relationship's better. You don't fight with your kids as much. You don't fight with people at work. You know, it really helps in so many different ways. It's such a more powerful tool to have. But we neglected it again for 20 or 30 years as a society in the interest of this feel good, find yourself thing, which again, not bad, but it probably wasn't the best use of resources. And I think order is a way of establishing that to some extent. And I think especially for some people it works really well. The idea that if we gave kids self-esteem, and this comes out of the California Task Force of Self-Esteem and Social Responsibility, because they had to get the Republicans in there, but the idea is if we gave kids self-esteem, they would have fewer kids out of wedlock, they'd use less drugs, they'd have more intact families. And self-esteem isn't bad, you know, and you can see how that makes sense. If you think you're a good person, you're not going to hurt yourself, you're going to do good things. I mean, the idea is we're good. There are a couple problems. One is the causation's a little different. I mean, it turns out if you live a good life, you might feel good rather than feeling good means you have a good life. So we got a little bit of causation wrong. Secondly, you know, with my children or your children or anybody's children, you want your children to have self-esteem, you say, well, let's have strong relationships and let's give you challenges that you can match. So can you achieve? And you'll develop a strong or a healthy sense of self-esteem that way. What we did instead was we went to schools and said, we're going to make you feel special and unique. So with schools, we had this movement of, literally making kids feel special. So you did all about me projects, you talk, you sing the I Am Special song, you say what makes you stand out. My daughter you know, I remember her coming home and saying, you know, what's my special talent? I'm like, you don't have a special talent. I don't have a special talent. I mean, you know, if you had a special talent like dog training or, you know, hoop jumping or something, that would be cool, but you just don't have one. But that's what we want. We wanted to give people self-esteem that way, sort of directly. I think that's where the narcissism starts to come in. You say you're special, not, hey, have friends, have solid relationships, work hard. You'll feel pretty good about yourself. You know, there's that really challenging question, which is, you know, hard work, your individual success is really important, but what about sort of that broader compassion, that broader positive social change? I don't know if we have really good models for that. I mean, some people might. I don't know if I have one, because it's really interesting, because when I think of somebody like the Dalai Lama, you know, who's sort of that model, or Mother Teresa, or Nelson Mandela, these sort of classic models of humanity and leadership, it's an interesting mix of ambition and drive and selflessness. And those are two things that don't naturally go together. You know, it's not like ambition and selfishness go together very interesting, but ambitious and selflessness, is a bit of a unicorn. You know, I'm driven to change the world and not for me. That's an interesting thing. And it's something that we don't quite study enough. You see it in some of the, you know, in the leadership work, you know, the servant leadership models and things, that people talk about this. It's just something I don't know if we have a very good idea of what it is.
And I think actually that really is the goal. That should be the goal for education. Becoming a better human being, not feeling good about who you are.
Dr. Keith Campbell, in co-authoring the bestseller The Narcissistic Epidemic, along with Dr. Jean Twenge, framed the rise of narcissism within the American culture over the last 50 years with devastating impact. They posit that it gave rise to an age of entitlement that compromised youth. Dr. Campbell explains.
When we look at the increase in narcissism over time, the inflection point we see, where it really started going up, was about 1970, and it's continued, but that seemed to be the turning point. And there are a couple things that went on right then. One is our society changed from a society of people trying to find themselves, a focus on self-actualization, self-exploration, to a society that focused on self-esteem, think about how valuable I am rather than, you know, how much I can achieve as a person. There was a change in culture from more of the communal activity of the 60s, sort of the be-ins and the group level protests to you know, disco, but to a little more selfish pursuits. And we saw it in psychiatry and psychology, where this is when people started talking about narcissism, started talking about disorders of personality. And then we had the changes go from there. So in the 70s, it was people focusing on themselves. In the 80s, we took those ideas and said, well, let's give them to the kids. This is our baby boomers. And well, let's make our kids have high self-esteem. So we had the self-esteem movement start in California in the early 80s. Went through the 90s, and then we get the internet and everything else. But that's a very recent part of this process. It's not the driver. It's just part of the acceleration. When you look at narcissism and sort of romantic or sexual relationships, it's an interesting predictor of having lots of short-term relationships. So people who are narcissistic are very good at starting relationships. They're good at having multiple relationships. They're not so good at keeping long-term, stable, emotionally committed relationships. So you have even in those relationships, you have higher levels of infidelity. There's a lot of problems with that. I mean, it might be good for you if you're very narcissistic and you don't really care about people. It's good to use them as pawns. The downside are sort of, one, you end up hurting a lot of people. If you have children, you really hurt your children. You hurt your spouses. I mean, we have a lot of data on that. There's also potential health consequences, like sexually transmitted diseases. I mean, if you're promoting high levels of infidelity. So, again, this is a case where narcissism might benefit you in the short term, but in the long term, it probably does some damage for society, health-wise, and potentially damages you. If you think about relationships today, it's different. Imagine, I'm 20 years younger. I'm dating. How am I going to do that? Am I going to, meet my high school sweetheart? Probably not. Maybe I'll meet somebody in grad school. But it's likely I'll be using online dating. And if I'm younger, I might not even want to use online. I might use something like Tinder, where I literally take my phone and have a whole list of potential romantic partners and just flip through them like playing cards or like a Rolodex. It gives you too many potential options, or sort of options in the world, and it makes every potential partner less valuable. Even if you're with somebody, you go, well, look at all these alternatives I have. I could always find something better. So the relationships, just because of the technology and the social structure, are less stable. I mean, you just have too many alternatives. So that I think puts people at risk. The other issue is that if you want to figure out a personality type that's very good for starting relationships, it's narcissism. Because if you're confident, you think you're attractive, you're socially outgoing. People who are narcissistic are very good at starting relationships. They're very good at having lots of shallow relationships. So they're going to thrive in a world like that, where people are discardable. People are like, commodities. You use them and put them aside and use somebody else. So we've created a world that really works for that.
The young appear to be searching for love and intimacy in relationships that trouble the soul and that put them at high risk of depression or anxiety.
One thing that we know from research studies is that girls who are engaged in sexual activity in their teenage years are at higher risk of depression. They have 3 times the risk of depression. And so that's not even something that you'd have to guess at the reason why there's a darkening necessarily of their countenance, it's because they're depressed. And you can certainly understand how all of that chemical changing, all of that developmental changes can then be associated with depression. There's some reports of increased suicide amongst teenagers who have sexual activity at an early age. And so we can see it in those very blatant behaviors. But girls who have early sexual partners and multiple sexual partners are also more at risk of having, difficulty with relationships later on, and remaining single, not being able to sustain a stable family life. And that is, again, one of those long-term implications that you don't completely understand necessarily when you're getting into those relationships, but that have lifelong consequences.
Relationships are sort of central to the good life, right? Including a sexual relationship, a romantic relationship. So we should chase after them. Why? Well, you just should, because that's part of the story, right? And we're a sucker for chick flicks that are romantic, where girl gets boy in the end, right? Why? Just because that's our vision of what is most meaningful about life, right? Underneath that is still this atomized person, this individual self. So it's that combination lends itself to serial monogamy, right? We're hard on cheaters, okay? We don't tolerate that. None of this open relationship stuff, right? That's a small fringe. But what it means to be in a relationship has changed. They've become shorter in duration, less commitment required. The self-giving, sacrificial thing about relationships, that's gone.
Early sexual experiences tend to harden the heart of the young and compromise their abilities to form deep, stable, and long-lasting relationships, thereby invariably putting them on a path towards depression. A study published in the Journal of Health Economics in 2008 found that having sex doubled the chances of girls becoming depressed, with 19% of those who had sex exhibiting symptoms of depression, compared with 9.2% who had abstained. Researchers had studied more than 14,000 U.S. teens aged between 14 and 17.
The effect of having early intercourse is generally suboptimal and long-term. So when I predict a variety of sexual outcomes and familial outcomes, if I control for something like had first sex before age 16, that usually shows up as significant in a negative way. 16 is fairly arbitrary. I could do 15, 14, probably not 17 because you're moving more towards a normal age. But yeah, kids who lose their virginity in 8th grade, 9th grade have more problems, socially, sexually, relationally, than kids who don't. So you think about kids who had sex before age 14 or 15. Kids who've had multiple sexual partners. Kids who've had a sexually transmitted infection before age 18. All these sort of accumulate. This is why I talk about old souls, right? They come with so many strikes against them, making it difficult for them to fashion relationships that last, relationships that are not abusive or manipulative. One of the things that I'm criticized about is, it sounds like, I want to suppress sexuality. I don't want to suppress sexuality. I want people to enjoy relationships that are meaningful, lasting, mutually beneficial, and caring, and I just don't see that much on a college campus.
Because the necessities and pleasures of our bodies occupy us and so easily enslave us, we are in a constant fight between reason that tells us not to move quickly into the intimacy of relationships and passion that tell us if it feels good, it has to be right. This tension between reason and passion keeps our soul in a continual state of agitation, for we know that we are not at peace, that our deepest yearnings are not satisfied.
I think that we're creating old teenagers in America, and they get older all the time, exposed to a fair amount of intense physical competition, academic competition from young ages, and then moving into the teen years, sexual attractions, sexual relationships. It's almost impossible to call them relationships because they're not relationships in the traditional adult sense. So by the time some people show up on college campus at 18 or not, they're old souls.
But we know by nationally representative surveys that teens who engage in sexual activity regret that decision. 60% of them say that they wish they would have waited longer. So I think they understand after the fact that it was a much bigger deal than they had originally thought it was going to be.
The world fails to satisfy us. So we are thirsting and hungering. We are in a great famine in the spirit, in the soul, in the mind.
We could see historically in this country in our modern times, from the late 60s throughout the 70s. Within pop psychology, this whole emphasis on the me, on the individual, and not to worry about others. Really, this is all rooted in a profound selfishness. And pop psychology will criticize the Christian perspective of living for God and for living for others. And well, we see the end result. The end result is a disaster, that when we're only focused on ourselves, when we live only for ourselves, that produces great sadness.
We're more self-contained than we used to be. So when a self-contained person goes out into the world and forms relationships, it doesn't mean all of a sudden they lose this sense of self-containment and give of self. The relationship has to fit the atom, the atomized person. And if it doesn't, discard it.
We are now infected with a growing narcissism, bent on satisfying our need for immediate gratification. We have become calculating and deceptive, no longer faithful and enduring. Are we not a byproduct of that consumerism that teaches to discard after use?
We've become more atomized as a society. Sociologists document that we have fewer conversational partners and fewer people we can depend upon now than 30 to 50 years ago.
I think, or what we can observe, is that there's a definite spiritual longing that's very pronounced in younger people. There's a definite movement, again, back to this college age, even from like 35 and down or somewhere in there. But definitely among younger people, there's this quest, this search for transcendent, for the mystical. The question is, why is that happening? Well, perhaps there's this awakening, a spiritual rebirth that is happening in some young people. I also notice there's a division. I always say there are younger people that are like that, or it's the MTV crowd. And there's a huge dichotomy between the two, and culturally and socially that could become a huge conflict in the near future.
Should we be surprised by the multiple partners and the inability to maintain stable relationships and to relate to the opposite gender in a healthy way? The Center for Disease Control and Prevention published in 2005 data collected from the 2002 National Survey on Family Growth that showed that 58.1% of girls that had their first sexual experience before the age of 16 had more than 5 sexual partners by the time they were later interviewed in their late 20s. Another study published by the Heritage Foundation in 2003 reported that adolescent females who began sexual activity between the ages 15 to 19 admitted having on average more than 7 voluntary sexual partners. On the other hand, women and men who chose to delay having intercourse experience a significant reduction in life partners. Scientists tell us that the pattern of frequent and premature intercourse is driven by dopamine reward signaling in the brain. Once the immature brain of the teenager is exposed to high dopamine release, it craves repeat exposures again and again. In that sense, sex becomes like a drug, alcohol, or nicotine addiction, but it gets more complicated.
My husband and I will not give to the parish anymore.
during this time of brain development, they're experimenting with sexual activity, and that it could actually harm their brain development, being increasingly involved in risky sexual behavior and creating these pathways of unhealthy behavior that could continue from their adolescence into their young adult years and even later into life, and that we don't want to encourage that. We know that when a person has intimate activity, when they have sexual activity with another person, many chemicals are released in the brain. One of those is dopamine. Dopamine is a reward signal. Dopamine is released when people engage in risky activity like extreme sports. It's also released when people take drugs. And so that could be responsible for kind of that addictive aspect of sex. And so that's one of the hormones that's released in your brain when you have intimate activity with another person. Another hormone that's released is vasopressin. Vasopressin, we think, is more active in the male brain than in the female brain because there's more receptors for vasopressin in the male brain. And what we know from animals is that vasopressin is responsible for a man mating with a female and forming a bond, a mating bond between a male and a female. And then male animals that take care of their kids, vasopressin is responsible for that bonding that male has with his offspring. And so this same chemical is being released in a human's brain when they have this sexual contact as well. For females, probably the more important neurochemical is oxytocin. Oxytocin is released when a woman has an orgasm or even has other intimate contact, but it's also released when a woman gives birth and when a woman breastfeeds. And we know it's responsible for that bond that a mother forms with her baby. And this same chemical is released when a woman has sex with a man or has sexual activity with a man. And so when you look at all of these brain chemicals that are being released unbeknownst to the people who are engaging in the activity, they are having an effect on their brains whether they know it or not and whether they want it or not. It's occurring without anybody's control. And if the bond formation is occurring like we think it's occurring, then these people are being bonded together every time that they have sexual activity. Man to woman, woman to man, or whoever your sexual partner is, you're being bonded to that person. And what that means is that when you break up with that person, what happens to that bond? I think that the emotional turmoil that people feel with every relationship that breaks up could all be tied back to these things that are going on in our brains that we don't even know about and have no control over, the bonding that's occurring. And when that happens again and again and again, you can imagine the emotional distress that it can cause, the emotional damage that it can cause over years of that happening. And we're not sure how that bonding and breaking and bonding and breaking affects brain development through those years, but it's all happening at the same time. And so there's a really good chance that, there are interactions going on and they could be very detrimental to brain development during that time.
The powerful neurohormones released in the brains of a man and a woman who join in sexual intercourse produce synaptic imprints or impressions that, in a sense, hardwires their bond. Long-term relations help mature the couple's neurochemical bonding, thus ensuring faithfulness and long-lasting and enduring relationships. When relationships break up and new partners are found, as is common among teenagers, there is a strong tendency to prematurely move into the sexually intimate phase in an attempt to recover this neurochemical bonding. The problem is that the neurochemical imprint of the previous sexual relationship remains still for many years, thus preventing the capacity to bond, which is necessary for future healthy and enduring relationships. The consequence is an unfortunate series of unsatisfying relationships, resulting in a pattern of multiple partners that severely damages the person's ability to bond to another human being. This, neuroscientists tell us, increases the prevalence of depression among sexually active girls and boys by 3- and 2-fold respectively. College students who are involved in sexual relationships are also highly vulnerable to depression, with 38 to 54.6% of males and 47 to 66.7% of female students reporting either being depressed or feeling hopeless in the previous year, according to the Spring 2006 American College Health Association survey.
I remember a girl from the National Study of Youth and Religion who had sex at age 14, and then said that was a terrible experience and didn't do it again. Okay, I don't know how it turned out for her after she went to college, but generally speaking, it's not the way it turns out for kids who have sex at 14 or 15. It's not a one-time thing.
Well, there's definitely a complex neurochemical system behind a monogamous relationship. This bond between a man and a woman is strengthened every time they connect physically. In a person who is promiscuous, the neurochemical bond does not exist, or at least is brought back to the original threshold with each sexual relationship. So there's a potential neurochemical explanation for this.
It can be damaging to their sense of self and can lead them into subsequent relationships, multiple relationships. In terms of STI acquisition, high risk, because STI risk really revolves around partner circulation. The more partners you have, especially more concurrent partners, but certainly more partners you have, the higher the risk. And kids who have sex early are a lot more likely to have had multiple partners, not just because of more exposure time from age 14 to age 20 or something, but because of the damage it does to your sense of appropriate relationships and how to relate across sex. How do I relate to a 17-year-old boy? How do I relate to a 16-year-old girl? If sex has been introduced as some central goal at 14 or 15, that totally warps how you fashion relationships with members of the opposite sex for years. And sociologists talk about sort of cumulative disadvantage, right? All of us have single disadvantages, right? Things that happen to us, or character traits, personality traits, that aren't optimal. But when you start to accumulate those, when you start to add up, this person has 5 strikes against them, then it becomes really difficult to fashion relationships that last, relationships that are rewarding, sacrificial.
We still know that between 6 and 7% of kids under the age of 13 are having sex. And that, about 47% of kids during high school have sex. That increases to about 2/3 by the time that they graduate. And so there are a lot of kids by the time that they're 18 or 19 who have experienced sexual activity and therefore are at risk for all of these complications. And even though that they say they think that teens need to be given a strong abstinence message, that they themselves wish that they had waited longer, it's still very prevalent amongst high school students, to be sexually active.
So anytime the school nurse would put out a bowl of condoms, that sort of forces the idea of, do we like this idea or not? Generally speaking, parents in America don't like the idea of their teenagers becoming sexually active. On average, though, those teenagers do become sexually active. And so in this environment of, we don't like this, we're hesitant to talk about it, and those teenagers do become sexually active, it is a total breeding ground for sexually transmitted diseases, pregnancies, like we have, right? Because they're not being educated about these things, right? It's a real catch-22. And if we provide contraception, then we're not happy with the kind of moral sexual actors they've become. And if we don't do those things, then pregnancies continue unabated, sexually transmitted infections get passed around, and so we have maintained the current problem, right? It's a pickle.
We've started to see an increase in our syphilis cases again. We've seen increases in chlamydia recently, and we've seen increases again in teen births. And we're not sure what cultural influences are behind this.
In a nutshell, we're confused, I'd say at a national level, about just how big of a problem this is. You can extrapolate perhaps from the costs. It sounds like the last one I heard was $8 billion a year to manage STIs.
About 25% of girls aged 15 to 19 have an active HPV infection. About 44% or 45% of girls aged 20 to 24 have an active HPV infection. These aren't just the sexually active girls. This is the entire population of girls that age. And so if you look at girls from age 15 to 24, about 34% of them have an active HPV infection. Those numbers are significant when you consider that HPV, whether you get a low risk type or a high risk type, can have significant health implications for years. Those are really big numbers. I don't think that any male or female in that age range completely understands how prevalent those diseases are and how risky sexual activity is. That if almost half of the women who are aged 20 to 24 have HPV, then there's a very good chance, about a 1 in 2 chance, of the sexual partner you're picking having, a sexually transmitted infection.
And it is in fact the STIs that represent a serious threat to our population in general, but also to our youth specifically. In 2003, the CDC reported 50 million cases of genital herpes in the US, and 20 million cases of human papillomavirus, reported in 2007. Even though condoms reduce some risk of infections, they are not foolproof. Indeed, condoms reduce the risk of gonorrhea and chlamydia by only 50%, and HIV by 85%, and HPV in general less than 50%. However, quite unsettling is that fact that condoms offer no protection against some high-risk forms of HPVs.
And then you have the problem, as a sociologist, of sexual networks, right? STIs thrive because they move around a network, right? In high school, some of those sexual networks are closed, right? A boy and a girl have sex. They've never had sex with anybody else. They can't possibly get an infection since nothing has been introduced from the outside. But then you have a boy and a girl have sex, and she's had sex with somebody else who before that had sex with somebody else. And then you've got him and that pair becoming a part of a wider sexual network. That's where all the trouble comes in. So we can map sexual networks statistically and graphically, but the people who are involved have no clue about this. There's rumors about who's slept with who, and who might have an STD, might not. But most of the time, the actors themselves can't see themselves within the sexual network. It takes social scientists, epidemiologists to map this thing, right? Which we could do, to provide a sense of personal risk and where you stand in the scheme of things. But to the average teenager and young adult, they have no idea where they're at unless they're completely confident that their partner has never had a sexual partner before, or if they have been tested and know that they're clean, right? So for all the conversation we can do about safe and unsafe sex, it often doesn't take account of the sexual network in which people are unknowingly embedded.
Epidemiologically, the consequences of the 1960s sexual revolution has translated into a youth compromised by important health issues and confused by relativistic notions that are so significant that they are now changing the very fabric of American society. What has gone wrong?
Some of it, I suspect, comes from the things that we inherit from our parents. Proclivity for shorter relationships. Our parents' generation witnessed a lot more divorces among their peers. And so ideas is what gets passed along, more than practices. Ideas about what is the point of a relationship, what's the point of marriage, what's the point of having a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And these relationships become more brief.
And so it happens that human nature becomes ensnared in the trappings of physical pleasure. And it is specifically our inability to fight our inner struggle with concupiscence that leads us to fall into sin. We become entrenched in an inner misery that arises from concupiscence, that terrible unruly desire of the will that invariably causes us to sin. But it is this condition of inner misery that causes us to continue to seek and create dependency on the enjoyment of earthly things, for it is in that practice that we are taught, at a very young age, to sidestep the pain, if for only a moment. Yet the soul, conscious of its misery, can seek repentance. Father grew. But the greater number of men, and even Christians, instead of deploring this cruel malady, cherish it, take pride in themselves for it, and would even think themselves unfortunate they were not subject to it. For the man without passion seems to them a being without emotion and without life, and the man who fights against his passions instead of yielding passes, in their eyes for a fool and an enemy of his own happiness.
Nothing in the world will satisfy us. St. Augustine, over and over, our hearts are restless until they rest in thee. And so I think we're trying to find this joy, this interior peace, which can only come from Jesus. So if you haven't discovered Jesus, if you haven't discovered that joy that comes from knowing Him and loving Him and serving Him, you will be left empty. And so you got to try to fill it somehow. And so we try to fill it with wine, women, and song. Try to fill it in all of these unhealthy ways, and they still fail to satisfy us. The food and the drink and all of the sexual impropriety, and we try to find it in our work, and none of these things fails to satisfy us except for Jesus. So it makes sense that we're depressed and that we need these types of medicines.
So something is out of order. You see, we don't think clearly. Our minds are darkened, our intellects are darkened, our wills are weakened, our emotions are disordered. How do we come to grips with that?
By engaging in risky sexual practices, the young are extinguishing within them the flame of purity, making them more vulnerable to the societal lure to substitute the deep, reassuring peace associated with purity and closeness with God for the superficial hunger of pleasure. This form of escapism has transformed our society into one that glamorizes sensuality and instant gratification, a hedonistic society of sorts that has turned from duty and virtue. The problem is that the soul, weathered by the battering tempest so often experienced in the fast lane of life, becomes wounded, leaving a legacy of physical and mental health problems for future generations. For in reality, we have become a society guided by no specific moral standards, but by a pervasive atomization of individual subjective values.
"50, 60 years ago, you slept with your girlfriend in college. She got pregnant. All of a sudden, you knew a child was on the way. Should I marry her or not? Probably should. Social conventions of the day. Now a child is never inevitable, right? Even among the intensively pro-life community, a child is never inevitable. Now you have a choice at the end of sex, right? After sex happens, what's the worst that could happen to you? A choice, right? You have a choice to make. That's different than in eras past.
The second concern expressed by Paul VI was the devaluation of womanhood. For just as the pill was supposed to liberate women and men to a certain extent, just the opposite occurred. The Pope writes, "A man who grows accustomed to the use of contraceptive methods may forget the reverence due to a woman, and disregarding her physical and emotional equilibrium, reduce her to being a mere instrument for the satisfaction of his own desires, no longer considering her as his partner, whom he should surround with care and affection." The Pope was worried that contraception would make it easy for the young, who are much more vulnerable to temptation, to be swept away by the lure of sexual pleasure and instant gratification. Looking back, most sociologists agree that relationships are now shorter and focused on sexual gratification and not long-term commitments. Dr. Rignaris.
Relationships are shorter, and we enter and exit more of them than we used to. Before marrying, right? Marriage is still on the horizon. People want to do that. I find a lot of my students at age 18 to 22 don't really know what that's about. They don't really know how to marry or what it means to get and stay married. They just know it's part of their story of the good life and they want to do that someday. But who's going to teach them what this is like, right? So they expect, I'm going to take my lumps in my 20s, figure out what I want, what I don't want, what I like in a man or a woman, and what I don't. And then voila, it will open up before me in the way that I expect it to. Life almost never opens up before us in the ways that we expect it to. And then you introduce relationship baggage, you introduce persistent, non-curable STIs in some of these folks. Then all of a sudden they ask themselves the question, who's going to want me? Then they ask themselves the question, have I compromised my fertility? That's a tough place to be.
And so that's where it all begins, with a fundamental act of humility, that we accept ourselves as being poor, that there is a poverty there, that, we don't have all the answers, we do fall short, we all have limitations, and we all struggle with something. And so therefore, we need God. I would argue that one of the greatest crises in the modern world today is that man doesn't accept that man doesn't accept God, doesn't accept the need for God, and doesn't believe that he is flawed.
Our culture reminds us through subtle and aggressive publicity that happiness can be ours by satisfying our physical and sensory impulses for pleasure, excitement, thrills, and power, because through these, our inner turmoil can be eased. It is that need to dissipate the inner tension that becomes the rationale for the use of antidepressants. Immersion into materialism, power, and fame. We are in fact running from this inner pain and from this remorse of conscience that is rooted in the very depths of our soul.
In 1955, we only had 360,000 people in state and county mental hospitals throughout the United States with a psychiatric diagnosis. And that's about 1 in every 500 people. Now, the understanding is, the common wisdom is that we get new psychiatric drugs, starting with the arrival of Thorazine in 1955. And this is what makes it possible to empty the state mental hospitals and diminishes the burden of mental illness in our society once we get these drugs. Well, if you look carefully at when we emptied these state mental hospitals, it's not in 1955 when Thorazine arrives. It's in 1963 when we pass, is it 63? 64. It's when we passed the Medicare and Medicaid reform, which says this to states. If you take your people in state mental hospitals and discharge them to group homes, we will pay half of the cost if they're in nursing homes, group homes. So state said, aha, right now we have to pay 100% of the cost. If we discharge them and they get under Medicaid or Medicare, the federal government picks up half the cost, and that's when we get deinstitutionalization.
So then why are we not successfully managing depressive disorders in American society? As we investigate more closely, we were able to flesh out two primary reasons. First, it is very likely that we are burdened since the 1950s with much greater problems. Indeed, there are more broken families littering the American landscape, much higher expectations and greater demands for our work. Our children are more socially stressed. They are more anxious about not being accepted and bullying. They worry about climate change, wars, and rumors of war, environmental disasters and calamities. And we haven't yet fully recovered from an economic collapse that devastated our financial security. The second reason that depressive disorders are rising might very well be tied to the growing use of antidepressants that lock us into a spiraling descent into inescapable and debilitating depressive states.
We have this belief, this false belief in our society, in a chemical imbalance story. And why don't we have scientists saying, wait a minute, it's not true? Because that's what they should be doing, right? They should be telling us that, heart doctors don't tell you you have a hole in your heart when you don't. Listen, that goes into this story. It has two parts. One is that psychiatry itself, beginning in the 1980s in particular, really wanted to present themselves a different way to society. They wanted to put on the white coat and say, we are doctors just like our brethren in internal medicine and these other things. So they wanted to present themselves as medical doctors, as physical doctors. And one of the things of doctorhood is doctors usually have pills, they have magic bullets they can prescribe. So psychiatry wanted its own sort of magic bullets to prescribe. For ideological reasons, they did want to tell the story that these disorders are brain diseases. The chemical imbalance story was sort of an easily understood brain disease model. So what happened is psychiatry itself, for various guild reasons, wanted to tell a story about these are brain diseases, just like diabetes, and it became a metaphor for telling a story that the profession wanted to tell. That's one. The second thing was this. Beginning in the 1980s, psychiatrists at top medical schools began working for drug companies. By that I mean they began serving as speakers, consultants, and advisors. Now the minute those floodgates opened and this money started flowing from pharmaceutical companies to top academic doctors, and it's easy to document this, they began telling a story to the public that helped promote the sale of drugs. It helped promote the idea of increasing the boundaries of these disorders, thus thereby creating a market for the drugs, and also telling a story that made people think, I need to take these drugs, they're like insulin for diabetes, I need to be on them forever. So they began telling a marketing story. And this also is part of the tragedy, is that we in American society place our trust in doctors at top medical schools. We want them to be the experts who tell us what science is telling us. We want them to do honest trials. We want them to be honest about what's wrong with our brains, etc. And what has happened over the past 30 years, 25 years, is these people became compromised in their storytelling. And they began telling stories that expanded markets and helped sell drugs. And so why do we believe in chemical imbalances? It's because of this sort of money-driven storytelling. So let's reconceive of psychiatric drugs for a moment. Let's reconceive of them in this model. Let's say Zyprexa, which is an atypical antipsychotic. It's been a best-selling antipsychotic for a number of years. What does Zyprexa do? You take it and it blocks a lot of receptors in the brain. It blocks dopamine receptors, serotonergic receptors, etc. In other words, it thwarts this normal passage of messages. Now, instead of thinking of it as a drug, let's think of it as a virus. A virus comes in and blocks all these receptors. Boy, we'd say that's not a good thing, right? And what happens when it blocks these receptors? Well, you sleep a lot. You start sleeping 12, 15 hours a day. You start feeling sluggish in your movements. You might feel emotionally disengaged from the world. And now you start to have, develop diabetes. You might see some risk of pancreatitis. You might all of a sudden gain 100 pounds within 6 months or something. Your blood pressure goes up, your blood sugars go up. Now, if we thought of this as a virus or a bacterial infection, we'd say, oh my God, this is horrible. You get emotional lethargy, you get some flattening, you get some cognitive impairment, you're sleeping all the time, you're in poor physical health. If this was a bacterial invasion or a virus, the NIH would be saying, what can we do to identify this virus and develop a treatment for it? Instead, it became marketed as a treatment for whatever, schizophrenia, psychosis, mania, behavioral. And suddenly, once we view it that way, as somehow diminishing a certain symptom, like too much aggression, etc., we didn't look at it as causing all these problems. But all I'm saying is flip it for a moment. Think about outside agent thwarts the transmission of messages in the brain, and it leads to all these things. We'd say, oh my God. And yet, we give Zyprexa to kids, to 3-year-olds, to 6-year-olds, to 9-year-olds. And why? Even for simple behavioral control, to make them less aggressive. It's really fascinating because it's like an example of how once a drug comes to people through the lens of a approved prescription, we see it totally different. It's an extraordinary story about cognitive dissonance in some ways.
Sociologists and psychologists are beginning to argue that from a societal perspective, Americans and many Western nations are gradually compromising their well-being because individuals cannot find the deep peace they're looking for with these drugs. The antipsychotic drugs, which have now dominated pharmaceutical sales for both youth and adults, may be compromising proper brain development and worsening the situation. The frontal lobe of the brain, the center of self-consciousness, is particularly affected by these drugs. The reality is that many are anxious and depressed by the devastating consequences of broken and dysfunctional families. How are these drugs supposed to help?
These drugs block dopaminergic activity to the basal ganglia, to the limbic system, and to the frontal lobes. And she says the frontal lobe no longer gets the input it needs to stay active. And in response, it basically shrinks. That's what she says. It causes the frontal lobes to slowly atrophy. Now, why is this so important to us? One is the frontal lobes are the part of our brain that make us human. So if I had an ape brain over here and a human brain over here, boy, they look exactly alike except for one feature, basically. The human brain would have these protuberance, this sort of exaggerated frontal lobes. And this is the part of the brain that makes us worry about ourselves. It's thought to be the seat for, self-consciousness. It's this part of the brain that looks at us and assesses how we're doing and monitors us and worries about the future. So if the antipsychotics shrink this part of the brain, they're sort of compromising this part of the brain that makes us most human, that most separates us from everyone else. So that's a powerful loss, I think. And here's the thing, we are using antipsychotics now, not just for schizophrenia, but antipsychotics now. Antipsychotics a couple years ago were the best-selling class of drugs in America. In other words, this was the class of drugs that generated the most revenue, more than antidepressants, more than statins, whatever, antihypertensives. This was the leading class of drugs, and they shrink the frontal lobes. And we give them to kids now for behavioral purposes, etc. So I think if we take this MRI data that says they shrink the frontal lobes over time, they cause a decline in brain volumes, you'd really want to use these drugs sparingly. Instead, they're being prescribed for bipolar patients, sometimes even as an add-on for antidepressants. You'll see these ads now. When your antidepressant doesn't work, add this antipsychotic. Well, we're talking about powerful drugs that cause a lot of side effects, and they do cause a change in brain volumes that seems to be associated with cognitive impairment over long term. One of the things I did when writing this book was interview 70, 80 people who've gone into the system. In other words, they got a diagnosis, and one way or another, many of them ended up hospitalized, and 5-10 years later, they're still taking the medications, that sort of thing. And one story you find that is particularly, I think, tragic and really needs to be thought about, and devastating really, is this. You see these young kids so often, they'll have a moment when they have a setback. It might happen when you're in junior high, it might happen in high school, it might happen when they go to college. So they have a setback, and they have a period of feeling low, some sort of difficulty, and they get placed on an antidepressant. And then next thing you know, maybe they're not sleeping well, or maybe they have a manic episode in response to the antidepressants. And what happens then? Keep going. What happens then when you see them have this manic response? Now they get another diagnosis, and the new diagnosis is bipolar usually. Okay, so they move from what we would in the past would have seen an episode, just sort of a problem of growing up, some sort of moodiness, etc. And now, next you know, they're bipolar. And once they get the bipolar diagnosis, they usually get like a couple. They'll get a mood stabilizer, maybe they'll stay on the antidepressants. Sometimes they need a stimulant, and then they'll get often an antipsychotic. So next you know, 3 and 4. Now follow those kids 5-10 years later, and here's what you'll find. You'll find that, like, first of all, their medications are always being shifted because things really aren't working that well. You'll find a lot of them heading on to disability. These are bright kids. You'll see a lot of physical problems. And you just sort of see, and you see what basically you see is people becoming more severely diagnosed, sometimes even moving to schizoaffective, even schizophrenia. So their psychiatric diagnoses become more problematic. And you basically see in these anecdotal stories over and over again a system that is creating mental patients. We take that healthy child who has some difficulty, and some percentage, this doesn't happen to everybody, but you'll see some percentage have a bad reaction, and then they start moving through the system. More severe diagnoses, more drugs, and 10 years later, their life is, I'm a mental patient. That's what I do. I take these drugs all the time, and I try to cope with all these different symptoms. And boy, in those anecdotal stories, you can see this pathway. It's an iatrogenic pathway that is happening. I did write one story in the book, and I think this is perhaps the most tragic. You had a young girl who was getting ready to go off to camp, and she was worried about bedwetting. I don't know, she had some anxiety problems. So the doctor prescribes an antidepressant for the bedwetting. There's some sense that it will help control bedwetting, maybe because of the anxiety. I don't know. She has a manic episode. She starts becoming violent. By the way, violence, SSRIs are known to sometimes cause violence. Anyway, she moves from there to the antipsychotics to bipolar. And then at one point, she just has, while she's trying to come off the antipsychotics, it's just complete mental breakdown. God knows what's happening. Then she gets diagnosed with schizophrenia, gets hit with more and more drugs, and more heavy-duty drugs. And today, she's in a group home, basically mute, early 20s, and the life completely destroyed.
The psychotropic drugs, rather than healing the psychosis, appear to heighten the risk of relapse. The drugs shield the patients from having to encounter deep moral suffering.
One of the consequences of our modern world is that we experience physical suffering and moral suffering. So we experience the physical suffering, which comes from all the various diseases and cancers that are afflicting our bodies. And great scientists are discovering cures to help us with these different physical sufferings. The moral suffering that we experience is because of our sin, and the remedy for this moral suffering, no scientist, no doctor, no pharmacist can prescribe us anything for this, even though they try with different antidepressants and things, but they cannot cure it. The remedy is Jesus Christ. He is the doctor for our souls. As St. Thomas Aquinas says so beautifully in his prayer, come sick to the doctor of life. I come sick to the doctor of life. Only he can heal me. And so, the beauty of the sacrament of penance, for when you go into the confessional, you're going in to see the doctor. He is the doctor of your soul. And he's going to prescribe medicine for you to heal your soul. And this medicine is called the penance. the prayer, the good work that the priest gives you in the person of Christ the head is the only medicine that will cure you of this moral suffering due to sin. And then once cleansed of your sin, then you can receive the Lord's body and blood in Holy Communion. And this too is a remedy and a fortification against this moral suffering that is due to our sin. Only Jesus provides us for a remedy for what we need for this type of sickness.
And Rhonda was a vice president at that time of one of the major cell phone networks. Rhonda had gone to the doctor one day, and she found, they did some tests, she wasn't feeling well, and they found that she had like stage 3 breast cancer. Rhonda was not living in any faith. She had nothing. The material world was everything. She hadn't been raised with, I think she had some very basic Christian value at some point in her life, but it was dismissed early on, and maybe when she was a little girl she might have gone to church, but not much. But she, for the most part, she was an atheist. And so Rhonda, and this is directly her story, Rhonda, with this news, had decided to go on an adventure to find something that could bring her solace in this crisis. And so she went out to the desert. And her prayer was very simple. God, if you're out there, speak to me. That's all, And she just enjoyed the presence of the beauty of nature. So she went from that point, and she left the desert. She returned home to her city in Arizona where she was living, and then she flew back to the southern United States to visit her family and tell her family the news. And as kind of a way to endear herself to her nieces, her idea was, I'm going to get them some little memento bracelets, with my name on them, so that, they'll remember me after I'm gone. She wasn't given but 2 months to live. So she flew back to the southern United States. She went to a shop, I think it was a JCPenney's, and she went in to get this bracelet. And she was explaining this bracelet and what she wanted to the jeweler. And along, right beside her, comes this nun from the convent in the area. And the nun overhears the conversation. And the nun looked at Rhonda and she said, "Oh, it's terrible news." She said, "But my good friend, Father Crotty, is doing a mission in town. Would you like to come to this mission?" And she said, "What's a mission?" And so the nun, they went out into the mall area by the fountain, and they sat down and they started speaking, and she explained what a mission was. And so she said, "Here's my priest, good friend priest," and this nun is very well on in age, very tender, and she handed her my number, and I get this call from Rhonda. So Rhonda said, "I've been looking for something. I've been diagnosed with cancer. Can I come to this mission?" I said, "You can not only come, I want you in the first pew. I think you'll love it." And at that mission, I was exposing Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament. I always expose Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament, and then preach, and then read the Holy Word, a passage from Sacred Scripture, and then afterwards I pray over the people. And then I make myself available, obviously, for the Sacrament of Confession. So during the talk, Rhonda was riveted. She was absolutely riveted, every word that dropped. And by the end, and I was just speaking on healing. I was talking about what we began the interview with. Our Lord healing the sick, raising up the downtrodden, freeing those in bondage. I mean, it was a very basic talk. And at the end of it, she said, "Father," she said, "I know you're going to pray over all these people, but would you pray over me?" And I said, "Sure." And she was kind of embarrassed, and so she wanted to do it. She had come with 2 of her relatives. She wanted to do that in private. So I walked with her relatives and run in her room, and one of the, it was actually the convent nursing home. So I walked in one of the abandoned rooms, and I prayed over Rhonda. And it was amazing because as I prayed with her, had a very strong sense that Christ had anointed her with blood from the wounds in his palm. And I had seen in some way our Lord anoint her with his precious blood, calling her his own. And she was just overcome with tears. And she couldn't stand. She was so overpowered by the presence of Christ on this mission. So Rhonda said, she said, "Father, can I please keep in contact with you?" I said, "Sure, that'd be great." And so Rhonda went back to her home in Arizona, and I got a phone call 2 days later. "Father, can I describe to you what I saw when you prayed over me?" I said, "Sure." She said, "Jesus leaned over me and took blood from his palm and anointed me on the forehead with the Holy Cross, with his precious blood." She said, "I've been called by Christ." She said, "I want to become Catholic." So we found a good parish for Rhonda. She went through our CIA. And we were calling every week, "Father, what's another good book I read?" I mean, she was just like a sponge, like a 50-pound sponge from the ocean. She was soaking up everything that I could give her. St. Louis de Montfort, Thomas à Kempis, the Imitation of Christ. I couldn't give her enough. The Catechism of the Catholic Church. And finally, she looked at it. She called me one day and she said, "Father," she said, "something bothers me." She said, "Late in life, I have found the pearl of great price. Why is it that so many people walk from what is so great?" And she said, "I even see a lot of Catholics that don't really believe. Because when I tell them this story, they think I'm crazy." Well, within 2 weeks of Rhonda going into our CIA, her husband walked up to her and he said, "Rhonda, you're a new woman." He said, "I don't even see the cancer in you." He said, "You have a radiance and you have a joy." He said, "I want to be Catholic too." So in the course of a year, this woman had become Catholic. Her husband had become Catholic. My last phone call with Rhonda, and by the way, she lasted a year and a half beyond the date that she was supposed to die. And up to the day that she died, she was active with cancer, full-blown cancer, leukemia. And but my last telephone call with her was driving from St. Louis to Indianapolis. And I'll never forget the conversation, because I said, "Rhonda," I said, "you're a great friend." And I said, "Your story needs to be told." I said, "Would you mind if I tell your story?" And she started laughing on the phone. And she said, "Please tell my story. Please tell my story. Because I want people to know Jesus." And so that was a very powerful parable story, life story of a person who was living without Christ, without that spiritual reality, and then finding him, and how it brought that unity to both husband and wife.
The number one cause of depression in the United States of America, or even in the world, is due to the lessening of the use of the sacrament of penance within the Catholic Church.
This is because, according to the Catechism of the Catholic Church, sin is before all else an offense against God, a rupture of communion with Him. At the same time, it damages communion with the whole Church, in addition to darkening the intellect and wisdom of the individual. For this reason, conversion entails both God's forgiveness and reconciliation with the Church, which is His body. It teaches that only God forgives sins. Since He is the Son of God, Jesus says of Himself, the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins and exercises this divine power in order to pronounce, "Your sins are forgiven." The Catholic priest, who is in persona Christi, through a power given by Jesus' divine authority, forgives the sin of the repentant sinner in the name of Jesus. This single act of forgiveness liberates the soul of the burden of sin in order to regain his friendship.
Trust in the Lord's mercy.
I have been unable to do my duties. I'm so lazy sometimes. I haven't done my weavings in 3 days, and Mama was so mad at me.
I think this is my own opinion. I think that there's also some aspect that man is running away, trying to suppress his guilt. There's guilt suppression here. Guilt is a good thing. It's a normal thing. Because without guilt, we wouldn't be conscious of our wrongs and our wrongdoings. We walk away from an argument, well, I shouldn't have been so impatient with that guy. Or I shouldn't have... Well, what if we didn't have that? We'd be psychopaths. We'd be actually sociopaths. So it's a good thing to have guilt. But it's a bad thing never to deal with guilt. I mean, that's the flip side of it. We have to deal with guilt. We have to deal with who we are. Now, integrity in communication, how can we give to another? How can we be true to another if we're not true with ourselves? I always tell people, how can a priest talk about forgiveness? How can a priest talk about confession? How can a priest preach on the greatness of the sacrament of confession without going himself? It's hypocrisy. And so in this same way, how can we demand of others what we ourselves don't do? This is the great conundrum. I remember there was an old priest once said, never point a finger because there's 3 pointing back at you. But it's right. It's true. And I'm very, very conscious of that, which is why I myself, as a priest, I'm attentive to the sacrament of confession for myself. I have to be. And so dealing with the guilt. Now, part of that, there's a flip side of coin. One of the remedies that I've seen to depression in ministry on a sacramental level is forgiveness. Both it's a 2-part forgiveness. It's forgiving others for what they've done to you, but also seeking forgiveness from others from what you've done to them. This is like unknown in our culture. It's unknown. People are terrified of this reality of seeking remedy for what we've done to others. Again, I'm going to repeat from Saint Seraphim. Saint Seraphim of Sarov is probably, in my opinion, he was the wisest saint of 5 generations or 5 centuries. One of the wisest. And he was a humble father. He was a very humble man. I'll tell you a story of his humility. The first time I read it, I reread this passage from his life and reread it, and I picked it up like 3 days later, and I still reread it and reread it. He had a far hermitage out in the forest away from the monastery. He lived in the monastery for about 20 years, and then he felt called to be hermit, and he became a spiritual father to thousands in Russia. And they would come out to his far hermitage, and he would counsel them, and he never allowed women to come along alone. He would always have groups of women. But in his far hermitage, they noticed that he had a little walkway around the hermitage, and inside the hermitage he had all of these vigil candles before icons, like 60, 70 vigil candles. And it's one young, very wise nun who he is counseling looked at looked at Father Seraphim. She said, Father Seraphim, she said, why do you have so many vigil candles before these icons? And Father Seraphim looked down and he said, these are candles for people that I pray for, that I have offended and yet didn't realize it. Years ago, I'll never forget it, there was a very famous radio talk show host in California. He's very well known today, as a matter of fact. And I was about 12 years old, and I used to like to listen to late night talk radio. I'd be up after my bedtime hours with my flashlight and my little white earpiece coming off an AM radio, old AM radio. And I'll never forget the interview. The radio show's host was interviewing a Jewish psychiatrist. And so the radio host said to the Jewish psychiatrist, what do you think is the greatest therapy in the world for, this brokenness of the human heart and things like this? What is the greatest therapy? And the Jewish psychiatrist put his head down and he looked up and he said, well, the Catholic Church, I think, has one of the greatest therapies. And then you could hear the squealing of the chair as the radio show host was kind of thrown back by this, And he said, really, like this? And the Jewish psychiatrist said, yes, where else can you walk into a room, confess everything that bothers you in your heart, get good sound advice, be forgiven by God, and not pay a dime?
The church has always understood from the beginning of from its very beginnings, that there has to be some kind of act of formal, visible reconciliation with God. That's what the sacraments are, something visual, physical, tangible. They make God's action tangible for us as human beings. Our Christianity is an incarnational religion. In other words, it's something that we see. And so the sacraments are something that is visible, visual, physical reality, tangible reality. And so there has to be some way of reconciling us with God. And that's the sacrament of reconciliation.
The sad reality is when people suppress the guilt to such a degree that they no longer have it. And that's where we are now. In our culture, this is a very common, this is the great disease of America, and really the world. Do what thou wilt, is the adage of the Satanists. Love thyself and do what thou wilt. Well, if you follow that, it's complete selfishness. So the identity of the Christian witness in the world that brings hope to the heart, pulling people away from a depressed state, is actually the counterbalance to this idea of love thyself and do what thou wilt, which became kind of a paradigm of the 1960s. And it actually came out of the latter part of the 1800s, which, by the way, has kind of been rewritten to sound a little bit better by the Wiccans. It's love thyself and do what thou wilt, except that which hurts one another. I mean, that second part can't be fulfilled because the first part is totally selfish. On the flip side of that is selflessness. And so selflessness as opposed to selfishness. And this is the spiritual battle in our world today. If it comes down to ideas, these are the two ideas. This is the reality of the battle.
There is good reason why this spiritual awakening is not taking place across the culture. Hubert van Zeller, in his fascinating and orthodox book titled Leave Your Life Alone, writes, in spite of its concern with outward things, Western society has ever been so concerned about its inward troubles. Escape into materialism has shown itself to be a boomerang, and we are all more locked up inside ourselves than ever. the boomerang has come back in the form of a ball and chain. That is why we bore one another so incessantly. We are fellow prisoners whose recreation is to talk about ourselves. We revel in our prison sentences while preaching freedom. We are so eager to outdo one another with our permissiveness that the only real freedom worth having is missed. But instead of deploring this ill-conceived attraction, we espouse and promote it as good, for we value as a culture the passion-driven man, for truly he is fully alive. Father Grew writes, "For the man without passion seems to them a being without emotion and without life." And so we no longer wrestle all that much with whether sexual abstinence or protected sex is the preferred strategy, because blinded by publicity and the new societal norm, we have come to believe that sexual intercourse is an inevitable and necessary expression of intimate loving relationships before marriage, during marriage, and after.
If sex has been introduced as some central goal at 14 or 15, that totally warps how you fashion relationships with members of the opposite sex for years. And sociologists talk about sort of cumulative disadvantage, right? All of us have single disadvantages, right? Things that happen to us, or character traits, personality traits that, aren't optimal. But when you start to accumulate those, when you start to add up, this person has 5 strikes against them, then it becomes really difficult to fashion relationships that last, relationships that are rewarding, sacrificial.
The reality is that their ability to form loving relationships that endure may be greatly compromised by the premature introduction of sex, which ignites endocrine releases into the immature brain pleasure centers that warp normal brain development and corrupt the ability of the young to seek the more gentle and subtle joys of pure affection and intimate friendships, which may be essential for proper psychological development. The Catholic Church, through its magisterium, teaches that the sin of impurity creates a proclivity to sin. It engenders vice by the repetition of the same acts. The Catechism states that this addictive repetition of sin results in perverse inclinations which cloud the conscience and corrupt the concrete judgment of good and evil. Thus sin tends to reproduce itself and reinforce itself, but it cannot destroy the moral sense at its root. Are we then surprised that the young carry a darkened countenance, a broken spirit, a weary outlook, a hopelessness?
So I'm worried that we're creating a lot more older souls, and then you add in the high rates of sexually transmitted diseases, some of which are incurable in your teenage years. People have lived a lifetime of pain before they turn 20.
Sadly, I don't think that we've seen the total sum of consequences that we will eventually see from this sexual behavior that's so prevalent.
Indeed, research indicates that when adolescents learn they are infected with an STI, they are prone to a much higher prevalence of depression than those without STIs. What is to become of this generation that has lost itself in nefarious behaviors that compromise their abilities to form stable families? There are currently 70 million Americans living with sexually transmitted infections in the U.S., and each year there are approximately 19 million new cases of sexually transmitted infections documented by the CDC, of which 50% are under the age of 25. The implications are so serious that it puts into doubt whether our youth can form stable families and meaningful relationships that are life-giving. It appears that the sexual revolution of the 1960s may have left us with a cheapening of the sexual experience and the corruption of the minds, souls, and now the bodies of our youth.
You know, that is one of the saddest long-term consequences of these sexually transmitted infections, is that some women do end up being infertile, and that can certainly cause a significant threat to the growth, the population growth of a country. You know, we know that in Africa it's far worse than it is in the United States, with the number of women who have infertility because of sexually transmitted infections. And so we're actually seeing this become a reality. You know, we're seeing it before our eyes, this decrease in pregnancy as a result of sexually transmitted infections. And so yes, I do think that that's a possibility, one input, one factor in a declining population.
Have we fallen prey to a sexual revolution that has promised freedom and the liberation from the constraints of a darker puritanical period, but has delivered nothing else but an impoverished societal landscape, abundantly littered with broken families and relationships, and an epidemic of sexual infections that has attained crisis level? Not only the youth is affected by this revolution. The baby boomers onwards became isolated and atomized, alone in the world, and in their vulnerability became infected by the deviant messages of the 1960s. It is here that the erroneous notions of contraception as a way of liberating women was promoted, and that modesty in dress went out the window, leaving room to a sensuous culture driven by rock and roll and the promises of an anti-establishment movement that promoted freedom and true happiness. This idealism was quickly taken hostage and corrupted by drugs and promiscuous sex that wasted the minds of so many young and set them on a path of shaky, unstable relationships. They are now all grown up, having practiced contraception, and ignited an explosive surge in divorce rates that have wounded the next generations. The pain that took hold of this generation forced them to follow an escape route that immersed them into a world of materialism that gradually eroded their spiritual beliefs and their yearning for deep meaning.
Sex bonds people. We want to feel close to people. It's an important activity. But this sort of bonding, unbonding process is challenging to our sense of self, to our sense of being loved unconditionally. A lot of people in their late teens and 20s have a difficult time of conceiving of unconditional love. That somebody has committed to hanging with me through thick and thin. They haven't seen it from their parents, from their peers, from anywhere. They feel more alone than ever.
Modern psychology promotes this idea that true happiness is achieved through empowerment and self-actualization in our work. Yet the Catholic Church teaches that we should rely much less on ourselves and our delusions of power and self-efficacy, and more on God. In truth, the pursuit of this world's promises is in the end the equivalent of running from God and distancing ourselves from true happiness. It seems that the pop psychology approach of caring for ourselves first has led us into an obsession about self that has taken the form of self-consciousness, self-determination, and self-evaluation. Aldous Huxley writes wisely of the negative impact of self-empowerment and caring for self philosophies, a widely misguided cultural phenomenon that has perhaps led us into becoming a society afflicted with isolation and clinical depression. Huxley writes, "The systematic cultivation of self-awareness may as easily produce undesirable as desirable results. Where personality is developed for its own sake, and not in order that it may be transcended, there tends to be a rising of barriers, of separateness, and an increase of egotism." Yet it is God's love that pierces to the very depth of our heart, of our soul. It is God who fills and satisfies this hunger. It is from this deep joy that we become generous, sacrificial, and enduring.
Yeah, when you're a recovering addict, you're really not just a recovering addict, you're recovering from depression. And part of the reality of that recovery is to move outside of yourself. And because this is the thing about that I've noticed from a non-clinical point of view, just in observation and working with people with depression, is that there's a lack in the heart somehow. And then if you can bring them to self-worth through serving the sacred other, it helps. It alleviates this depression, and it's a great mystery. But I have seen it work.
Is there any wonder that this egotism, complicated by the sexual revolution, has led to a misuse of sexuality for gratifying our own desires? The evidence right now points towards this separateness, pervading the American landscape, as a root cause of isolation, depression, and anxiety. We see it in our broken families and relationships.
Contraception and abortion have really changed the nature of sexual outcomes, right? It's mentally changed how Americans think about sex and relationships. A lot of dynamic things have happened in the realm of sexuality in the last 50 or 60 years. Unbelievable, right? I mean, introduction of the pill changed everything. Right?
The highly controversial teaching of the Catholic Church's Magisterium on Human Contraception, published by Pope Paul VI under the title Humanae Vitae, teaches with clarity that it is a serious error to think that a whole married life of otherwise normal relations can justify sexual intercourse, which is deliberately contraceptive and so intrinsically wrong. The consequences of contraception, the Pope had warned, could open wide the way for marital infidelity and a general lowering of moral standards. The Pope's concern had become possibly the most prophetic warning of his pontificate, because very promptly, societal morals dramatically slipped and brought us to an era governed, in the words of Pope Benedict XVI, by a dictatorship of relativism.
That this isolationism that we see, or this insular culture, if you will, this radical individualism, definitely is a fruit of depression, and also it's like a cyclical thing. It causes it, and then it is a product of. But I also think it's very satanic. You know, we all know there is a satanic attack on the church and on our culture. If people are no longer social, I'm not talking about, a he type of social, we're just at a birthday party. I'm talking about the person who's actually able to communicate with another human being, and in the neighborhood or in the church or in the workplace or in the family. For example, how many families actually have dinner together at night? It's astounding the amount that do not. The family dinner concept is just gone. So if we have lost the sense of Sunday as a Sabbath, which one of the byproducts of Sunday Sabbath is the family is together, the neighborhood is together, and there's a socialization going on. If we're not talking to one another, and there's no socialization in the family, there's no community in the neighborhood, there's no community in church, then what are people doing?
Whatever it isn't nourishing the soul nor unifying and consolidating our families, but rather destroying the inner peace of our children and family members. The breakdown of the family has clearly shaken the fabric of society, destabilizing it right at its core. It almost always starts slowly. First, financial difficulties, then longer working hours in order to keep up with expenses, followed by exhaustion. Next, managing the home becomes a burden as family life requires micromanaging school activities and meetings, supervising homework right down to paying bills and grocery shopping. It soon becomes evident that the time crunch forcibly makes home-cooked meals a near impossibility, thus destroying the dinner meal as a time for families to come together. Soon microwavable meals become the norm, and eating in isolation from one another slowly creeps in as a practice that cuts off family members from one another in a significant way.
The dining room and kitchen are the center of life. I remember a very moving thing years ago when I was visiting home, and there's a large dining room table in our home, and this has been the dining room table that's been there for, since we were kids. And my mother, just at a very reflective moment, just put her hands on the table and rubbed the table. And she said, "Here are all my memories. My mother, my grandmother. This is where my children first wrote their first letters. This is where we had our meals together." And so not only are we being fed through food, but we're being fed on an emotional level and a spiritual level. I mean, it's just too even profound to think about all the feeding all the different levels of feeding that goes on in a family meal. Stories are being told, our stories. Our stories are then being passed on to the next generation. And when we get together, they want to hear those stories again, and we all laugh. Laughter has a tremendous effect on the soul. That takes away, you want a remedy for depression, just true laughter. You're not going to be depressed.
But there is another problem. We do not comprehend suffering. Physical and emotional sufferings compromise us and cause us to accentuate our concerns about ourselves. It is true that we whimper before suffering and desire to escape this unpleasantness with the use of analgesics and antidepressants. Father Grew argues that it is precisely the rebellion against suffering rather than the submission to suffering that creates restlessness and revolt. He emphasizes that the goal is to surrender to the suffering, forgetting, as it were, ourselves, our pleasures, self-esteem, self-love, and pride, and to joyfully aspire to attain a blessed state. For it is in the state of self-annihilation that the souls find sweet repose, because it is taught by the Catholic Church that those who can approach the most holy cross are given graces to desire sweet friendship with Jesus Christ in suffering.
Everyone experiences the love of God, the unconditional, sacrificial, free, total, faithful, and fruitful love of Jesus. But we don't have a covenant yet. A covenant is where you freely, totally, faithfully love the Lord in return. So He loves us always, forever, unconditionally, so beautifully. He pours out His love for us. But we have to freely choose to love Him in return. And when we do that, we can become the special friends of God. Isn't that beautiful? No longer do I call you slaves, but I call you friends. I've shared with you everything from my Father. I've given you everything, totally a gift, totus tuus, totally yours. I've given you everything. I've held nothing back from you. But in order to be the friend of God, we have to do the same. We can't hold anything back from Him. We have to freely, totally, faithfully, and fruitfully give ourselves back to Him in love. Then we become the friends of God. Part of that will entail our suffering with Him. If we're going to give ourselves totally to Him and be His special friends, that means that we're going to have to spend some time with Him on Calvary. Not just on Mount Tabor and enjoy the glory of the Transfiguration. We also have to spend time with Him on Mount Calvary and to be His friend, truly, truly suffer with Him there. Saint Germain was given that particular gift of being a special friend of God, of being able to share with Him in this suffering. And she is experiencing great joy in doing that. That only the saints can know. When you surrender to God and give yourself over to Him and say, I'm not going to fight this suffering, no, I don't want this suffering, and stop this suffering. When you give yourself over to Him and suffer with Him, there can be such great joy in doing that. A real joy. It's different from happiness. Happiness is superficial. So happiness can be emotional. Joy is a fruit of the Holy Spirit. It's deep down, it's deep beneath the ocean type of joy.
Rather than denying ourselves and surrendering to God's providence, psychologists tell us that we must build up our self-esteem and that of our children, so that in turn society may recognize their true worth. After all, are we not called to sell ourselves, lest we be left behind? Father Grew reminds us, however, that this contemporary exercise in building up self is what really agitates us and makes us indignant and renders our life bitter and insupportable when others fail to recognize our greatness or uniqueness. Father Grew writes, "In all the contempt we may have to suffer, in all calumnies and humiliations, the thing which really hurts us and really makes them hard to bear is our own pride. It is because we wish to be esteemed and considered and treated with a certain respect." True happiness and true joy is found when we are forgetting ourselves, dying, as it were, to our own needs in order to give to others.
And that's what makes us happy. That's what fills us with real joy. That if the mother that lives her life for her family, the father that lives his life for his family, the priest that gives himself totally to his people, the religious that gives herself totally to others, these are the people that are happy, that are profoundly joyful. And you see it. I see it. It's obvious. The married couples that are open to life and that are having children are profoundly happy people. They're always laughing. Always. You don't hear about them being depressed. Never. So, there's a correlation between donation of self, joy/happiness. If you're living for yourself and your world is all about you, you're going to be depressed.
We're maybe dealing now with more into the development of the person, the connection of that person to family, connection of that person to community, and the worth of that person to society.
There is also a hopelessness that is tied to the futility of life, especially when life becomes rooted in physical and moral suffering. As Christians, we struggle with the understanding of suffering. We love the glory of the resurrection, and we are delighted by the wonder of the transfiguration, but we struggle with the implications of the Holy Cross, for this is the cross of folly, of self-abnegation. But Father Tugwell points out,
"It is the cross, and only the cross, that provides a constant point of reference in the chaos of our world, because there is all our poverty and helplessness and pain, all our yearning and all our mutual injustice, taken up into the stillness of God's everlasting love and made into the instrument and revelation of His unchanging will."
The life of Saint Germain Cousin, a Catholic saint whose life is virtually unknown, is a paradox that leaves us restless, for we have trouble understanding how an all-loving God could allow an innocent child to suffer. We are appalled and silenced in the face of such a mystery. How can such suffering be allowed if God is all-loving? Father William of Saint Thierry, a 12th century Cistercian abbot, theologian and mystic, rightly discerned the things that hinder the human spirit from understanding these mysteries that only angels seem capable of contemplating joyfully. He writes, "The unclean soul, the impure conscience, the proud mind, and curious conceit are rightly kept at distance from the quest of the divine sacraments and mysteries. For the spirit of discernment flees anything false, and will not dwell in a body subject to sin. Wisdom will not enter into an ill-disposed soul." It is, however, this wisdom that is needed in order to approach the most holy cross of Jesus Christ and joyfully suffer with Him.
This is what Mother Teresa of Calcutta, Blessed Mother Teresa of Calcutta, said, is that when you participate in the Lord's suffering, it's like he's reaching down from the cross to kiss you. And Mother Teresa told this to a person dying in Calcutta, and the person said, will you tell Jesus to stop kissing me? Will you tell him to stop kissing me? But isn't that beautiful? Mother Teresa just puts it, Blessed Mother Teresa puts it so succinctly there, that Jesus is reaching down to kiss us there, because it's a moment of intimacy to be able to share in his suffering. So we are the body of Christ. So we are his hands, we are his feet, we are his legs, we are his arms. And so the whole body of Christ is suffering. Not just Christ the head, but Christ the body. And if we are truly incorporated into his body, then we have to participate in his suffering. It is a great gift to us. And so often we don't see suffering as a great present that the Lord wraps for us under the Christmas tree of love.
It is a grace to comprehend suffering, to approach that cross that so many tend to flee from. Approaching this cross is like getting close to fire, for there is a fear that we will be consumed by it. But yet, we fail to understand the loving nature of this fire and how it redeems us. The lives of the saints teach how to bring balance in this quest of approaching Jesus' cross.
The saints really embody in their lives those three pillars that sometimes we only talk about during Lent, which is prayer, fasting, and almsgiving. But every saint takes these three pillars and makes them the foundation of their life. And they do it not just for 40 days, but for a lifetime. And you can see in the life of Saint Germain an intense interior life and intimacy with the Lord Jesus. A real intimacy with the Lord in prayer. She has a mystical life, doesn't she? A mystical life with the Lord. We've already talked about her great, great suffering and uniting her sacrifices with the Lord on Mount Calvary. But notice that like a tripod, like a wonderful tripod, you need to have all three legs of the tripod in order for it to stand solid. She has a great, great love for the poor. All three are present in her life. Prayer, fasting, and almsgiving. Prayer, sacrifice, and charity.
The redemptive nature of human suffering is beautifully explored by John Paul II's apostolic letter, Salve Vici Dolores, which he wrote early on in his pontificate. The breakdown of society's moral compass leaves us with a population that engages in lifestyles that rob them of the flames of purity and innocence, corrupting, as it were, their very souls and casting a shadow that blocks their access to life-giving joy and to a mystical life that they deeply hunger for.
The modern world does not understand this, because the modern world says we avoid pain and seek pleasure. And we see this in a very short-sighted sense. Whereas the Christian can see that in order to gain eternal happiness, eternal joy, we may have to experience some suffering. Here we are mourning and weeping in this vale of tears.
We see this ugliness. Well, it isn't so much physical ugliness, but that's the way we perceive ourselves from an inner vision. The most beautiful woman in the world, the most handsome man in the world can look in the mirror and say, I'm ugly.
Gone are their innocence and purity, vanquished their peace and pure joy. They become old souls suddenly aware of their misery and of the many implications linked to their sins of impurity. Elizabeth Wurtzel, in her best-selling memoir, Prozac Nation, describes her struggle with this inner anxiety. If I stop for just a minute, stop speeding from keg party to cocktail party, stop drinking and drugging, stop chasing one boy and fleeing from another, if I just said no more and sat down and did some of my reading for one of my 4 classes, gave the Iliad or Beyond Good and Evil a chance, would peace be mine at last? Would the calm I've been waiting for all my life finally get here? Or would it all just be more of so much nothingness like it's always been, like it wasn't supposed to be, now that I'm here in this American dream, this university with a name that resonates so far that I sometimes think it could create an echo chamber from here to Australia? Our modern age has, however, created the illusion that the pursuit of happiness is achieved through our passions, whether they be in our relationships or work, forgetting that the Holy Spirit's gentle whisper is heard in the silence and in the quiet.
If we have, in the level of the soul, this spiritual hunger, and we're not satisfying that spiritual hunger with the Lord Jesus, with the food that sustains us to everlasting life, namely His own body, blood, soul, and divinity, that is the true food that sustains our souls, and sometimes our bodies in miraculous ways for some of the saints. It's interesting that devoid of this, then we try to satisfy ourselves sometimes with these natural foods, and it goes to great excess because we're just trying to satisfy this hunger again and again, and it doesn't satisfy us. When we eat a delicious meal, we might be satisfied for that evening, but then we're hungry again. When we eat the Lord's body and blood, we go, I'm content. I'm satisfied. That's so beautiful about that the wonderful story of the multiplication of the loaves and the fish. It says they ate and were satisfied. I love that line. They ate and were satisfied. The food that Jesus gives us truly satisfies us, whereas the food of the world, literally and spiritually, fails to satisfy us. Jesus says to the woman at the well, anyone who drinks this water will be thirsty over and over and over again, but he who drinks the water I shall give will never thirst.
They are unfortunately left isolated within a culture guided by a dictatorship of relativism, for which no moral standards exist, and in which the cult of feelings dominates and draws people into believing that if it feels good, then it has to be right. This is the inevitable outcome of a societal perversion in which the individual is ever more preoccupied with his own self-interest. Is there any wonder that we have become obese, depressed, and promiscuous? In truth, the love of ourselves is certainly the most significant enemy to the love of God, which is the love that heals all things. Gru writes, "Human respect, which is so terribly strong in so many souls, is the child of self-love. The devil is only strong against us, and only has power over us, through this self-love." This contrasts greatly with teachings of our church fathers, who have always extolled the importance of the rationale over the feelings and emotions. It is clear from the revelations of Jesus to Saint Faustina that reason and the will must rule the emotions. In fact, Jesus would have specifically said, "Do not be guided by feeling because it is not always under your control, but all merit lies in the will." He did not say some merit resides in feelings, but that none does. The Catholic Church teaches that progress in virtue, knowledge of the good, and asceticism enhance the mastery of the will over its acts. Father Antonin Gilbert Sertillange, a renowned Dominican preacher, apologist, and philosopher, situates the will of the individual at the core of all virtues and merit. He writes, "Religiously and morally, I am precisely what I will, in the measure that I will it and as long as I will it. On that alone does God judge me." Again, the Catholic Church teaches, by faith, man completely submits his intellect and his will to God. With his whole being, man gives his assent to God the Revealer. For those who are spiritually minded, the culture contaminates church teachings regarding selfless charity as a remedy for ailing, depressed individuals, and whispers to the soul the deviant notion that somehow an inward festering on past events and a persistent talking about our problems will bring peace and resolution of our depression. There is something to an inward examination of conscience that is good, but Van Zeller cautions the reader that there is a danger, when seeking knowledge of self with too much zeal, that the individual can be led into discouragement and confusion. Van Zeller claims that when an individual looks inward and asks the question, "What do I feel about the problem?" rather than, "What does God feel about these things?" or better still, "What does God will?" he ceases to be a spiritual person. He further writes, Among the first fallacies of today is the one which believes that worry and fear and guilt can be exercised by talking about them. You wonder that we all become bores? Could it be that the cure for our depression epidemic is to not worry about our own situation, but to move more in the direction of forgetting about ourselves and more about simply feeding the hungry and clothing the poor? For in doing so, do we not feed and clothe Jesus himself? Father Grew writes in his masterpiece, Manual for Interior Souls, that self-annihilation, not self-discovery or self-empowerment, is the remedy for peace of heart, a calm of our passions, a cessation of all the agitations of our mind, of all murmurs and interior revolts.
Then the second thing is that we run from the cross. And so when we're in the midst of a great suffering, instead of embracing it, we run from it.
Father Grew, in discussing our broken nature, writes in his Manual for Interior Souls, "Hence it happens that from our earliest childhood we seek after earthly things with the whole strength of our souls, that we only look for happiness in the enjoyment of them, and that our soul, buried, so to speak, in matter and material things, either cannot rise at all or only rises with the greatest difficulty towards spiritual things."
Jesus speaks about, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the pure of heart, they shall see God. Well, you see, suddenly there is this moral code that helps us to confront this darkened intellect, the weakened will, and the disordered emotions. Now, somewhere in there, Jesus is saying you've got to bring it into right order.
And then as adults get older, I think they too realize all the long-term implications from these relationships that were so routine to them in their younger years, and therefore are encouraging, a more conservative approach to relationships, especially sexual relationships. But I'm not sure that our teens are necessarily understanding that.
In our culture, families are so distorted and disbanded that we don't really have many families in the way God intended them to be. And so there is an emptiness, there is a wandering around inside the people of who am I, where am I going, where did I come from? There's no roots, there's no place to go, and so they live only for the moment.
To embrace the cross is to die to self, something the church fathers have taught, and today's church struggles to impart to the faithful, but something this culture has to learn to embrace again in order to become a light shining in the darkness.
My dear Jermaine, it is a great mystery, the cross. My child, if we should draw closer to the Lord's cross, we must learn how to submit to His holy and perfect will. We must look upon our afflictions as God's blessings and not man's injustice. Your trust in our Lord, Jermaine, can never falter. Indeed, the infinite goodness and mercy of our blessed Lord should induce us to infinite trust.
Oh yes, Father. Show me how to trust.
My husband and I will not give to the parish anymore.
Margaret Mary Alacoque was born in the year of our Lord 1647 in Burgundy, France. At the age of 24, she entered the convent of the Sisters of the Visitation at Paray-le-Monial, France in 1671. It was common for Margaret Mary to add prayers during the night, especially on Holy Thursday and Friday. The other sisters had, at times, seen the saint remain immobile on her knees for as long as 12 hours, as she prayed before the tabernacle or Blessed Sacrament. Three to four times the sisters reported that it was necessary to carry Margaret Mary away, exhausted by assaults of love that were so intense that no human could bear them.
Once being before the Blessed Sacrament, and having a little more leisure than usual, I felt wholly filled with His divine presence, and so powerfully moved by it that I forgot myself in the place in which I was. I abandoned myself to His divine Spirit and yielded my heart to the power of His love. The Sacred Heart He showed me as a sun brilliant with sparkling light, whose burning rays fall direct on my heart. I then feel myself inflamed with such a fire that it seems about to reduce me to ashes.
This is much more painful to me than all I suffered in my passion. If men rendered me some return of love, I should esteem little of all I have done for them, and should wish, if such could be, to suffer it over again. But they meet my eager love with coldness and rebuffs.
Jesus reveals to Margaret Mary that the devotion to the Sacred Heart would be an amende honorable, in addition to being a way in which all souls could expiate all the crimes of the world and console Jesus' forsaken heart. She confided to Father de la Colombière the details of this third revelation. Having attentively studied the written account of the Sacred Heart revelations, and being inspired from on high, he assured Margaret Mary that the revelations were from heaven.